Ready, guys? How's that? Good evening, and we're calling this City of Webster Grove's work session to order this evening. And we welcome all of you, especially all these women athletes. Yay! This is terrific to see you all. Our first agenda item is a proclamation of the Red Card Pledge Day to support women and girls. And so we'd like to present this to Webster University, and I'm going to ask the women, sorry, David. I'm going to ask the women to bring your red card up, and we're going to come over and give this to this one. You want to do it here? We can do it up here in the front. How's that? Okay. Okay. All right.
I was gonna say, little do you know, I'm gonna be in these pictures.
Oh, I certainly would love to.
All right, Webster came one of your things. Okay, so that we can see you all
You are gonna be in the picture. I wanna be like, who's that guy?
All right, here's our proclamation this evening. Whereas, while the Women's World Cup in 2019 highlighted women's outstanding achievements in sports, it also brought attention to the women and girls around the world who experience discrimination and violence, are denied opportunities to participate in education, sports, and government, and suffer physical or emotional abuse. And whereas in soccer, a red card is given to a player on the field who engages in unfair practices and bad behavior. And whereas the Red Carpet Project, program created by several international organizations such as UN Women, is the definition of the soccer red card practice, calling out bad behavior by urging that a red card pledge be taken as a symbol of opposition to discrimination and violence against women and girls. And whereas Webster University and the City of Webster Groves have teamed up to urge the signing of the Red Card Pledge, which says, I pledge to fully respect every other human being, regardless of gender, culture, color, language, social origin, birth, property, or religion, hence to put an end to all forms of discrimination and violence against women and girls. Whereas the United Nations and other international organizations have annually declared October 11th as the International Day of the Girl Child, bring awareness and solutions to the challenges girls around the world face. Now, therefore, the City Council, together with Webster University, hereby proclaim October the 11th, 2021 as Red Card Pledge Day in the City of Webster Groves to increase awareness of the discrimination and violence felt by all women and children around the globe, and to strengthen all efforts to change life for so many. And thank you so much.
So that they at least get to get a picture.
Right.
So how you take it? Okay.
This is fine.
We don't accept those.
City card is addressed.
It's great. Sorry, David. I guess we could have put David in there, but I don't know. Yeah, it's okay.
We'll see what
We've
happens.
discriminated against David.
It's tough being a white male.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Go
ahead. I've made the mistake of saying that.
It is a rite of passage.
Like I said, I've made the mistake of saying that.
You guys can move up now if you want to.
Come on now. It is Heather Todd.
Yes.
Oh, there she is. I see you back there.
Heather and Michael are both here.
Yes, I saw, Michael kind of wandered in, but, hello. Heather, you're here to interview for the Parks and Recreation Commission.
I am.
Can you tell us why you've applied for the commission and what you might bring to us?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I am Heather Lasher Todd, and I am a resident of Webster Groves for about 7.5 years now. I have 2 young children, ages 5 and 9. So in that capacity, I spend a lot of time thinking about parks, recreation facilities, and sports and classes in our community, and utilizing those offerings through the Parks and Recreation Department. And in my career, I am a public engagement and strategic communications consultant. So I spend a lot of time thinking how we can involve the public in decision-making processes, how we can communicate effectively and clearly with the public. And so I would love to bring that lens to volunteer in this capacity, but really I'm looking to be more involved at the municipal level for this community that I've called home for a long time now.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have a question for Heather?
Heather, we have
Yes.
multiple applicants and limited positions. Are there any other boards and commissions that might appeal to you?
I would be interested in serving in whatever capacity I can be useful. This is obviously of interest to me because we are heavy users of the Parks and Recreation services, but obviously I'm interested in volunteering at the municipal level, so I'd be willing to consider anything else as well.
Thank you.
We do have some vacancies on the green space too now.
Yes.
Okay,
Great.
thank
Any
you.
vacancies on the police community engagement board?
Yes.
Yes,
Heather, I feel
yes,
like
we're
you would be
advertising for that right now.
Excellent. candidate for that.
We're volunteering you for lots of things.
She would be an.
I think that's
excellent-
called voluntold, yeah.
Exactly.
I'd be interested in considering various possibilities for sure, absolutely. I saw this one in the Friday newsletter, which I absolutely love and have been enjoying seeing those come out, so put my name in the hat because of that.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Good to
Thank
see you.
Heather.
Great to see you.
Good
all.
to see you too.
Thank you so much.
All right, Michael Johnson, come on up. Same thing. We're going to ask you why you've applied and what you'll bring to the
Michael,
table.
just a second, Mayor, if I can remind council members to use your microphone when asking questions, since we have a council member. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Johnson. I have been a resident of Webster Groves for 15 years. However, my family has roots that go back further than that. I've been married for, my goodness, put me on, I forgot to rehearse this. How many years have I been married now? I've been married for 14 years. We have 3 kids. We live in South Webster in the Edgar Road district. My son Henry is at Hickson. My daughter Caroline and son Benjamin are in 4th and kindergarten at Edgar Road. So being that my youngest is now in kindergarten, I found myself with some time on my hands this year. And I made a promise to my wife that I would not go back to work. I've been a stay-at-home dad for the past 9 years. Prior to that, I worked as a home inspector, had my own home inspection business for about 4 years. Realized that I'm a little bit better at noticing things than I am with the networking skills. So the opportunity came with 2 kids in daycare that it was just easier for me to stay home. So that's what I've been doing. I think I would be a good fit for the Parks and Rec Board Commission because with 3 kids and a stay-at-home parent for the last 9 years, I've used all of our facilities. I have certainly some opinions about those facilities. And then with my experience as an inspector, I think I can bring I'm used to just looking at things objectively. I'm trying to make recommendations based on what I see, improvements that I can see. And so a position like this just felt like it fit really well with my experience.
Thank you. And
You're
just like the other question was asked, are there any other boards or commissions that you might be interested in? Are you a gardener?
I am not, well, my wife's more the green thumb. I dig a lot of holes.
Well,
I
okay.
move a lot of mulch. But as far as a gardener, I would not call myself a gardener. I do enjoy environmentalism and things like that. So green space might be a commission I would also consider.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very, very much. And we'll let you know. We have a couple of folks here and we'll let you know what the council decides. All right, for now, we're going to review the regular agenda. And is there anything on the regular agenda that needs to be reviewed? I just want to talk just for a minute about the process for our public hearing. I've tried to put together a couple of remarks there so that people understand what the public hearing is. And I want to make sure that the council is on track with doing public comment at our next meeting on October the 19th. So that we can announce that and people can be prepared for that. And I will also, when we open the public hearing, explain the process for submitting comments, that they can come here, they can be on Zoom. They can do paper comments, but we'll go through that if that's okay with all of you. I think that's the process we'll follow and try to make this a smooth process going forward. Okay. All right.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I just have one quick question. I'm fine with public comment at the next meeting. Do we have an overall calendar yet? Or do we talk about?
So we don't have an overall calendar, Mayor, if I may. And that's one of the things that as we go through the process tonight, that we will be asking the council to develop, because most likely we'll need some special sessions, depending on how long public comments goes, the additional questions council may have. So we'll need to start polling calendars quickly and getting those together. Thank you.
I have a lot of questions about this, the document that we received tonight. I was wondering, will that be more appropriate for the regular work session or the regular session?
What is your question?
Oh, I got a whole list that I'd like to go through some of these on. Like, for instance, rezoning to commercial CRD, we're worried about the house on Kirkham being non-conforming, but isn't it grandfathered in? If we were to
So
rezone?
if I could make a suggestion, none of us saw this before we sat down
Wow.
here. So
Wow.
I'd like to actually put that off for a little while until we've all had a chance to read it closely. Because I, like David, already have a couple questions about it, but I haven't made it through the whole thing yet.
Yeah, it's hard to get something like this on the fly and then try to, who answered these responses?
So thank you. So the document you have before you is the start of the questions that you all, or excuse me, 4 of you submitted. And so they have been dispersed to staff to answer. And then a number of the questions, you will see that these are not, some of the questions and responses are missing. A number of these were directed towards SG Collaborative. And so I believe it is their intention to answer those questions for you tonight in their presentation, but we did not have them ahead of time to provide to you.
Right.
And as a lot of the questions were complex, the availability and short turnaround to get them out early just was not possible. But if you have follow-up questions, it's also our intention by the end of the week to reformat these and to have them on our website in FAQ format so the public can also see the question and answer as well.
Well, then we will hold off until we all have an opportunity to go through these with a little more clarity. Great. Thank you. Thanks, David, for bringing that up. Anything else on the regular agenda?
I was, if I may, just a suggestion. The charter doesn't direct us one way or another in this regard, but we have a number of items after the public hearing that are just business. I might suggest that you might want to flip-flop this and do those, get those out of the way so that you can then devote the rest of the evening to the presentations to go on. I suspect it would probably take about 20 minutes of your time. Obviously, that's up to you, but you would be adjusting the agenda to take those matters that are after the public hearing and after remarks of visitors for unfinished business and new business and get that done. But you, obviously, that's up to you.
I mean, that's fine. I don't think it'll take very long, but the hearing was advertised and this process is in the code, but I think that's fine for this instance.
Okay. Yeah, I thought when we advertised them, they came first, but I may be wrong on this.
I couldn't hear you, Mayor. I'm
I
sorry.
thought that when we advertised a public hearing first, that that's really what we needed to do, but I may be wrong.
And that's your call. I think you have the option of changing it. You're not going to not do these things. It's just the order in which you're doing them. But that's up to you. That's why I'm suggesting it.
All right, we'll deal with that when we open the regular session and we'll see how council feels about flipping that. Okay? Sure. Thank you. Anything else? Then let's go through the meeting issues and updates, and I'll just start over here with Katie.
Nothing.
Sarah?
It's been a busy few weeks. I didn't really get to give updates last time, but I'm not going to go back that far. But since I was unfortunately not able to be here for the work session, but I had a good chat with a lot of residents last weekend. I had kind of an open coffee time for folks to come and talk, and it was well attended and really helpful and informative. And also have met with residents from Oak Street and business owners from the development area, and so it's been a really good couple weeks of listening from my perspective, and also listening at Porch Fest, which was wonderful this weekend. So kudos to those who put that on, for sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Green Space Advisory Commission met last night, and we talked about Make a Difference Day, which is October 3rd or 23rd, Saturday. And there's going to be 3 different activities. We're going to have a tree planting at Larson Park, a trash bash at Lorraine Davis, and then this year, for the first time, in partnership with the Webster Groves Library, we're going to do a seed collection, native seeds at Larson Park, Lorraine Davis, and Lockwood Park. And if anyone's interested, you can sign up on the Greenskeeper site, which is at the deercreekalliance.org. We've also scheduled a meeting. The Douglas Hill design team and the leadership of the Green Space Commission are going to meet, sit in on the Deer Creek Watershed Alliance Technical Advisory Commission meeting at the end of October. And many of those that they would have wanted to get opinions from, such as the Department of Conservation, the Missouri Department of Natural Resources, are already on that Technical Advisory Commission. The meeting is going to be recorded. We are guests. This is a guest special item on the agenda. So a recording will be available after that meeting. And then lastly, last week I attended, and I think Sarah, you were there too, a lunch and learn hosted by the Women's Voices Raised for Social Justice, titled "A Look at the Local Landscape for Affordable Housing." And Shannon Koenig, who is the executive director of the St. Louis Housing Authority, hosted a brief presentation and question and answer session. And there were also several people from our community in the audience. So it was a good basic overview of affordable housing in St. Louis County. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Emerson, because I'm looking at you next.
Mayor, I have no items.
All right, so I last week was at the Missouri Municipal League meeting along with the mayor and attended 4 panels. One on building green communities, which provided some really good resources for the sustainability plan, including a database of grants that are available to us, which will turn out to be useful, I hope. A session on community visioning. That handout is in your packet. The second half of the handout is the most valuable if you'd like to take a look at it, just some principles and ideas, especially as we move forward on our planning. And one of the emphases was communicate, 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 ask why over and over and over again, and be really uncomfortable, because if you're not uncomfortable, you're not really digging down as far as you should. Another on electric vehicles, which are coming our way and we have to be ready. So that'll also go into the sustainability plan, we hope. And then finally, you also got the handout from the evaluating economic development incentives, and it's 5 questions for due diligence. I was also at the St. Louis Muni League meeting, which was the week before. Presentation from the Missouri Department of Transportation. A couple of things to note in the announcements. It seems that MSD is going to do another stormwater capital improvement vote at some point in the near future, and they're going to want to come talk to us about it. So I assume we'll hear from them soon. There's a training from the Muni League on the American Rescue Plan funding on October 12th, if you're interested. And then the use tax statewide informational campaign will be starting very soon. And they are looking for every city that does not currently have a use tax to put that on the April ballot. BDC also at the Business Development Commission. Webster University is going to do another video for us this fall highlighting local business. There will be a city business roundtable at Webster University in one of their larger auditoriums, moderated by Business Development Commission members, with the goal being to hear from business what they might need or want from us as we consider how we move forward with the federal funds. There's a web design working group to work with Jenny on our business related things, and holiday promotions are getting ready to go. So that does it.
Good.
Didn't we just approve an MSD?
I to be honest, I had a hard time reading my notes, so I don't know. We're going to hear from them. How about that, David? That's the best I can do for you.
Yeah, I have not heard.
I have nothing there.
Karen,
I have nothing, Mayor.
I have nothing, Mayor.
Marie?
Yes, ma'am. I have just a couple of items. The first will be to welcome Gloria Carter Hicks and her partner, Dr. Erin Van Groningen, and I apologize if I didn't pronounce that correctly, but they will be sharing their diversity, equity, and inclusion results with us. But I was really pleased they could join us in person. Additionally, I wanted to share, you probably saw it in some of the social connection types of things, but the firewood and wood chips, that was a collaboration from Parks and Rec and Public Works. And it was just a really cool thing to do. We never know what our storms are going to yield in terms of debris, but typically we pay to have the debris hauled away. So instead, this time we utilized it and made firewood and wood chips. So it's a cost savings, but more importantly than that, it was just really nice to be able to give back to the community in some way. So really appreciate Public Works and Parks and Rec doing that. I also wanted to give a thanks to the Plan Commission. You know, they came out with a result that probably nobody loves, but I was really thinking about all the hours that they put into the work, all of the documents that they reviewed. I mean, there was a plethora of documents, and you will soon be doing that yourselves. And I know you already have to some extent. But just as a reminder, those are volunteers, and I really appreciate them volunteering their time and talents. So I wanted to add that. And then we've got a Chief Yowie and Assistant Chief Painter with us this evening, and I wanted to share that the fire open house was this past Saturday. And even with the rain, they had a terrific turnout. So really thank them for doing that and for the community being present. So that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have just a few things. The Arts Commission met this morning. We will be giving the Lifetime Achievement to Steve Wolf on October the Saturday, I think it's the 16th. And if anybody is interested in joining us, you need to make a reservation through the rep website, and then because they have a limited number of seats due to COVID. So come and join us. We'll see. We think we have a really cool physical award to give him. We're in the process of developing an art walk and something that will point out to the community and educate the community about all of the public art that is here. So the Arts Commission is working on that. I also spent several days at the MML, and the electric vehicles is really interesting. And what was so interesting was the issue of capacity, that as people keep doing more and more in terms of electric vehicles, what is the electric company going to do? And that their infrastructure just can't handle all of this. So that to me was interesting. I presided over a session on loggers, and it reminded me about how valuable that is. They have this fundamental value that a person should retire with a dignified exit. And currently they have 820 employers, 35,000 workers, and they're in the top 10 funded systems in the nation. So we're glad to be part of that. I went to a communication session that was really good. A lot of things that Jenny is doing showed up in that session. The sustainability session was really interesting because we covered a lot of considerations about fostering sustainability. There's a good benchmarking guide out there, and they mentioned a number of things about multifamily housing and its relationship to energy. But the other thing I wanted to mention is in many of these meetings, what you really learn comes from casual networking conversations. And with a bunch of mayors, they were mostly talking about their council members, but they were also talking about their monthly expenditures. And some of them, the mayors being hit by their council members because of their month. And I said, what are you talking about with monthly expenditures? They all get every month a list of every expenditure that's been made in the city. And I thought, how cool would that be if we had something like that? And several of the mayors said to me, you mean you don't do that? And it's something that we've never even thought about, but it does allow the council to see exactly where your money is going. And so something I wanted to bring up because it may be of interest to us as council members to just see those monthly expenditures. That's all I have. All right, let's go on and start with our diversity, equity, and inclusion report. And if you want to introduce.
Absolutely,
Gloria,
it would
part
be
of
my
this.
pleasure, Mrs. Gloria Carter Hicks. And if you can, we've got your presentation loaded.
I'll get right with you.
No, we're good.
Excellent. So while you're doing that, just like to say, Mayor Welch, council members, Dr. Peoples, staff, Webster Groves, thank you for engaging our services to work with you on your DEI initiative. It's a pleasure and an honor to work with such a fine city. And we've had a good time doing that. And we're going to share where we are to this point. Both Aaron and I, thank you, Eric. Both Aaron and I will be presenting information. We started this journey, and it really is a journey, and it's a journey that doesn't end when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's a way of life. It's a part of an organization's DNA. And so when we started this journey, I guess, I don't even remember, when you're having so much fun, you don't remember when. But it was several months ago, probably April or May, that we really got started with deciding what is it that we are going to be doing as it relates to collecting information, engaging community members, engaging staff, and making sure we received feedback and input from everyone. And so in order to do that, I guess you need to know how to work the technology too. That's okay.
If I turn it on for you.
Well, you know what? That always works. There you go. All right. Okay, so our team, myself, I am an HR, organizational development and training professional. And I used to also be the head of HR for the city of Clayton, Missouri. So I am used to working in city government, and many of our clients are either a subdivision of states, city government, federal government, and we also have nonprofit and commercial clients as well. So we have done this DEI work in a myriad of different companies. Dr. Van Groningen will tell you more about himself, but he's been with us for 5 years and a part of leading our research team around DEI. And then Maya Ganbocek, also an analyst for us, and she does a lot of the survey work, and we are about to implement a survey as well. So that is the team that put this together. Now, in order to do this, before we got started, we understood how important it is to you that we have some data, that we have facts. And so we use a process to collect information. We have done interviews. We interviewed with staff that was all a part of your employment groups, you know, from fire, police, parks, everybody. We did interviews. And so we did about, I think, 12 or 15 of those interviews, and then we had 6 focus groups as well. And the purpose for the focus groups was to be able to get information from people closer to the front of the organization, the city, to give us their perspective on DEI. And so we had a series of questions that we asked them. And then we talked to community members as well. That was a part of that focus group. And with the focus groups, we also looked at different demographics because we wanted to make sure that we also spoke to individuals that were minoritized, underrepresented, as well as a majority. And so when you look at the DEI inventory methodology, we wanted to make sure that we covered all of those areas. And what we're about to embark upon is getting everybody involved in the community. And actually, we're doing that now with a survey. The survey is actually live. But what we know best about making changes in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion is that you need to make good data-driven decisions. And in order to do that, you have to collect both quantitative and qualitative data. And that really was our perspective in getting started in this project, and it's the model that we use. Now, we've already completed the interviews and focus groups, so Aaron is going to give you an overview, just high level at the 50,000-foot level. It's going to give you an overview of what the information was that came out of those interviews and focus groups. So I'll turn it over to Aaron unless there's any questions about the process that we have gone through thus far.
Thank you, Gloria. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Aaron Mangronigan. I'm a senior consultant with Hicks Carter Hicks. I have my PhD in industrial organizational psychology from St. Louis University, where some of my competency areas were organizational development from a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens, as well as qualitative and quantitative data analysis. So I led a lot of the interviews, the focus groups, and then I've also been very involved along with Maya, who Gloria talked about, in developing the survey. So before I dive into the actual interview themes, I want to talk a little bit about the groups we talked to. Gloria already highlighted that we talked to a number of different people internally within the organization, represented all different departments, areas, hierarchical levels, tenures, individual differences. We wanted to get that well-rounded perspective of the city as an organization. So our questions were very much focused on their experiences around diversity, equity, inclusion as employees. So in conducting the themes, I have the list here. We used content analysis, that's best practice in the field for qualitative data, taking everybody's responses and creating themes based on what they have to say. Nothing here, we didn't pull anything out, you know, whole cloth. Everything is based on actual respondents with data to back that up. So going through some of these high level to provide a little bit more context. As you can see, the city's priorities and values are unclear, and this is specifically pertaining to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So all the employees we talked to said they were aware that diversity, equity, inclusion is an important consideration for the city moving forward, but they're unaware exactly of what that means. It's important, but what are the goals? What are those values that are driving those goals, and what action is being taken? Very unclear, difficult to get everyone pulling in the same direction if they don't know where they're going. The second point that you can see there is departments vary in their level of diversity. Some departments, some teams, some areas are very diverse. Some maybe not so diverse. And we heard comments that suggested that this could be due to managers, supervisors within those areas, departments. Some very much feel that diversity, equity, inclusion, or DEI is extremely important. Others maybe not so much, so you don't see as much effort being taken. We also heard a couple comments about adverse impact. Certain departments and roles are not historically seen as viable options for BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, persons of color employees, nor for women. So there might be a self-selection bias out of some of those roles. Also heard instances of it's who you know system. You need to have those relationships rather than the qualifications or anything in order to get those opportunities. And that some of the existing training certificates or certification requirements could have adverse impact. You need a certain amount of money, you need a certain amount of time to pursue those. It could lead to adverse impact for certain groups. So one of the things we did here, and it's actually good to hear, is that people perceived the city of Webster Groves, the community, as very diverse, both racially, socioeconomically, and religiously. And what's more important there that we heard is that when people talked about the diversity of the city, employees talked about how if it's important to the city, it's important to us as employees. So that shows a really great leverage point moving forward, really making that connection between what's important for the community is therefore important for the city to execute throughout all levels. We also heard that there are opportunities to promote diversity, equity, inclusion in the hiring and recruiting processes. We heard a lot of comments around the applicant pools tending to be relatively homogeneous. Now, we heard comments about difficulty for competition with the private sector, heard about where jobs are allocated or where job advertisements are posted, maybe producing some of this adverse impact here, but making sure that all the work is being done to expand recruiting and advertising efforts to make sure that everyone who's qualified and capable has the opportunity to be part of that applicant pool and be considered for roles. We did hear very specifically that people liked the new city manager, and they highlighted that she's taking steps to promote diversity, equity, inclusion within the city. She's receptive and open to feedback, has regular open dialogue with employees, and is seen as the cause of a lot of the new DEI efforts, which was appreciated by respondents. We did see that there would be a benefit in focusing not just on diversity, inclusion. We did hear from people saying it's very diverse, but when you look at the actual decision makers, it represents a relatively homogeneous group of decision makers. And that for inclusion to actually happen, there needs to be that diversity in who's making decisions. And then finally, city departments are very siloed. The issue here is that a lot of employees weren't aware of what other departments were doing. We heard a lot of great things, some best practices being utilized, which I'll touch on here in a minute. But there wasn't awareness. If there was a way to share some of these best practices to make sure everyone is aware of what's being done, that would be extremely beneficial. There could be a more cohesive strategic vision moving forward for the city of Webster Groves. So those are the interviews. May have turned this off. Okay, I appreciate it. So next with the focus group themes, as Gloria said, we conducted two main types of focus groups. We did focus groups with city employees as well as with community members. The reason we divided this up is again for that well-rounded perspective. It's important to understand the city as an organization, but then also from the community perspective. So with the focus groups, the questions were specifically designed based on what we heard from these interview themes, but it also determined who we were going to talk to. So as Gloria mentioned, we diversified who we looked at to make sure we weren't just hearing from the majority group, but based on the interviews, we specifically selected randomly employees who were BIPOC individuals, those who identified as women, new hires. I think it was in the last 2 years or so that they were hired, and then those who are in supervisory and managerial positions. So we have the focus group themes on the next page there. And a lot of these are very similar to what we heard. Recruiting and hiring for city employees. There's a focus on this. There's a lot of good work being done, but this could be expanded. Specifically, what was highlighted was the police department's use of community engagement offers, internships, going to job fairs. I believe there was mention of maybe some sort of scholarship or something. I can't remember off the top of my head or not about that, but these were great opportunities that could be expanded throughout the city properly. There is a perception that DEI is important, but again, not a real clear understanding of what the priorities and values are. What's really driving the action, and is everything a cohesive plan? People lamented the lack of opportunities for interpersonal interaction, especially with the pandemic. People talked about before, you got to know somebody who maybe wasn't in your department, you were able to build those relationships, which is important just for morale, for motivation, but also with DEI. And without that happening, with a mix of people being in person, virtual, some hybrid, that people are really missing this, and it's contributing to a little bit of lower morale as well. It's also important to highlight the work being done. We heard a lot of good things, as I mentioned, with the police department, other areas, but there's maybe not as communication. So the community might not be aware of all the efforts that the city of Webster Groves is taking to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. We did hear 5, 6, and 7 highlight some of the negative comments we heard regarding point number 5. We did hear some comments directly that said that this whole effort is just for show, that diversity, equity, inclusion is a buzzword. It's the flavor of the month. Nothing's actually going to happen. It's a feel-good thing, I think was a direct quote I heard from one person talking about this. Along the same lines, I asked questions about resistance. This is a change management project at its core. There's going to naturally be met with resistance. It's one of the things that's absolutely true of every project like this. People said there was going to be resistance just by the very nature of it being change, but that also there was going to be resistance because it is diversity, equity, inclusion. It's viewed as political, it's viewed as a hot button topic. So there was going to be resistance within the city.
Doctor, if I may, did they say where the resistance was going to come from? Was it was it internal? Was it from the community at large, or was it from the upper echelons of of the organization?
From what we heard in the employee focus groups, this was going to be from the city employees themselves. We did hear a similar theme for the community focus groups, which I'll touch on here in a minute. But from what we heard at the absolute highest level, it felt like there was a commitment to DEI. It may not be clear, but as you go down, you're probably going to be met with more resistance. And it'll probably be relatively hit or miss, it seemed like, depending on the departments. Thank you. And then my final comment, or the final point there is when we did do the BIPOC focus group, again, Black, Indigenous, persons of color employees, it was specifically stated there was a need to tread lightly by these individuals in discussing diversity, equity, inclusion. There's a fear of repercussion, fear of bias, fear of this, talking about this sort of thing being held against you. So people were very hesitant to participate and share their opinion outright. So I think that's a concerning point, and we want to make sure we brought that all to the council members' attention here. So next, I'll talk about the community focus groups. I'm not sure if that was you or I changing it. Oh, fantastic. So I'm highlighting the 5 top themes here with the community focus group. We overall had 11 people participate. These were individuals who are part of committees. They're part of partner organizations that works very closely with the city. Those who would have kind of a slightly different perspective of the city as a whole. So a lot of discussion was about community espoused beliefs around DEI versus actual beliefs in action. So the majority of this conversation focused around the affordable housing initiative that was done. A lot of people in these focus groups highlight that the community talks a lot about valuing diversity, equity, inclusion, but there was disappointment that there was so much rhetoric and language around affordable housing that it really made people feel like diversity, equity, inclusion is just some lip service from the community itself rather than actual value that people are willing to work towards. Again, echoing the theme we've heard, lack of clear messaging around DEI. Again, what is happening? Why is it happening? What action is being taken to accomplish this? People did indicate that they like the city council, all of you, the decision makers. It represents a more diverse group with different backgrounds, experiences, but that there's still some issues around communication. Again, I'm not a resident of Webster Groves, so I'm not sure the inner workings of the city, but from everything I gathered, there's no direct alderman to go to. Instead, people felt like if they had issues or they wanted to bring something up, it was brought up, and then it was kind of amorphous who owned it, and projects could kind of die on the vine because no one really could take ownership of it, or nobody really knew what was happening moving forward. And then we also heard that the city employee base is not diverse. People attributed this to the lack of affordable housing, which is obviously on the forefront of everyone's mind, but also things like transportation, a lack of easy transportation, and that the city employees do not necessarily represent the Webster Groves community, nor the demographics of the region as a whole.
How were the members of the focus group selected?
Sure. So that was something our organization, along with Dr. Peoples and Eric, highlighted. We kind of talked about what groups we wanted to talk to. We had an inkling we wanted to talk to the community at large through our survey. So with this focus group, we want to work with those who actually had more of a partnership with the city. We felt like that would maybe give us a little bit more insight that would pair nicely with our employee focus groups, our employee interviews, and then we could hear from the general population through our survey. Thank you.
If I can, real quick, Councilman Franklin, so we shared names of all of the different commissions that we have, different boards, commissions, trying to think of others, or coming up with different churches in the community that were more active. And so just from that base, school district, those sorts of organizations.
So moving on to the survey, that's the third bucket of data collection that we're talking about. So based on the results of the focus groups, the interviews, we decided to make the survey focus specifically on the community's perceptions of DEI, questions around how important is DEI for the city, what's the value of diversity, equity, inclusion, things like that. So about half the questions focused on that. The other questions focused on their perception of how well the city is doing in promoting diversity, equity, inclusion. Because we wanted to capture both that parts. Is it important to you? Does the city do enough to, or does the city take the initiative to promote diversity, equity, inclusion? So these were based on best practices, the latest research in the field, our experiences, and most importantly, taken directly from the data. Overall, we had 21 questions, 19 quantitative questions where individuals were given statements, asked to rate their level of agreement with it, and 2 open-ended questions where they could provide additional comments, qualitative data. So that's where we're at now. And we have it in the next steps, but it's actually already happened. Is that the survey has been distributed. So far, I believe at last check, we had 64 people take that. Our goal is to leave that open as long as we need to make sure we get a representative sample of the city so that we can get a full understanding of what's going on. Once that's accomplished, we will close the survey. We'll go ahead and review the data, de-identify it. If anyone, says their name, the street they live on, we make sure we redact that to protect anonymity and confidentiality. After that, we conduct the analysis, again, following best practice for quantitative and qualitative analysis. And then at the end of that, we'll present a report. So with that, we'll go to our next steps. And I'll turn it back over to Gloria to talk about what those next steps look like.
Before we do that, can I ask about the survey? How are we distributing the survey? I mean, I know I've seen it in the Friday page and on social media. That's not going to give us a fully representative sample, I guess, is my concern.
So definitely in those places, and I would have to turn to Jenny. We've been distributing it other places as well. We've asked
Good.
for our partners to also share it out with their partners so that we're not the owners of the survey. We want it to be available through a multitude of ways. So, Jenny, are there any large places I'm missing?
No, it'll be in the Webster Grove Times, in the community connection article that we do, social media, and then a lot of the different groups, dedicated emails that we have to them.
Is it on the website? Is it on the website?
I will add it to the website.
Yeah, on those big blocks that come through daily, that's, a lot of people look for those.
We will continue pushing it out in a multitude of forms, but really, I am personally hoping that our partners will also help push it out. I hope, the city continues and wants to be a trusted voice, but if people receive that survey from someone else that they trust, hopefully they will feel more inclined to complete it.
Can we push it out?
Sure.
Please do.
I'll put it in your, the link for you in your Friday email.
Awesome, thank you.
I look forward to those tweets from you all. All right, I'll turn it back over to Gloria to talk
We
about
don't
this.
tweet in the city. Oh, actually, we just started. So.
We do tweet.
TikTok, then I'll look forward to TikTok.
There you go.
Verified.
Thank you. Social media gurus, right? Okay. All right, so next steps, we began to talk about some of that already. But in terms of the final report, probably the most important thing for you is not only the findings, but the recommendations. And so when we put together recommendations, we do it on several different, in several different areas. Number one, what do we see within the city, understanding the city's culture and what people have told us? What are some of the things possibly that you want to do in order to make some changes, some enhancements in your culture? The other part of that is also best practices. We are licensed practitioners in the area of DEI, and we use benchmarks. We use the Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion benchmarks, which is something that is not just national, but international benchmarks. Some things apply, some things do not. So when we make recommendations, we look at those benchmarks and look at where an organization is and say, okay, what would be appropriate for an organization based on these benchmarks? The other part of that is we've been in business for 21 years doing this work, and we already have a lot of data as well and experience around DEI, HR, organizational development, and training. So we look at an organization's data through all of those lenses, as Aaron said. And in doing that, we put together recommendations. And they are truly recommendations. When we get ready to present, which is actually the next step, we put the report together, we draft it, and we'll send it to Dr. Peoples and Jenny and also Eric and whomever else you think is appropriate. And we will then fine tune that and do a presentation. Sometimes we do it to council members as well. It really depends on kind of the protocol of the organization that we're working with. And so then the next thing that's on the agenda, after the report has been communicated to you, we ask organizations to think about how are they going to disseminate that information to the community as well as to employees. Because these are individuals that took the time to give the information through focus groups, interviews, surveys. In the spirit of transparency, people want to know what was said. And so oftentimes we will come back and do present outs to employee groups as well, or the customer, the client will present the information. But it needs to be shared so that people understand here's what the outcomes are of the survey, of the assessment. The other part of this is City Council DEI training. That's another deliverable for us. And that's usually about an hour and a half. And I want to say it's not so much training as it is information, and it is looking at ways that the council can help espouse DEI, help the organization, the city, and the city employees as well as it relates to DEI. And so when we talk to council members and board of directors, it's really kind of a high level, to level set on what the definitions are, what the roles and responsibilities are of people in senior executive levels and elected levels and how they can help the community. What we also have seen that works very well is to have community forums where you are sharing the information about what the survey said, and you can decide as an organization, as a city, who delivers some of that information to your community members as well. But between now and we're probably thinking mid-November is when we could have all the analysis done, the report written and ready to come back and do the DEI training for the council, because we know we're also headed into the holidays. So we are trying to wrap up quite a few things before we get into the holidays. But those are the next steps that are on the horizon. And I will stop there and ask, are there any additional questions of myself or Dr. Van Groningen?
How do we look?
I'm sorry. What was
How do we look? Like, from an assessment standpoint, is it pretty bleak or is it promising?
So how do you look?
Yeah, as a city.
Well, let me say this, this is a journey, number one. And so in terms of other organizations that are just starting out, you look very similar. We do recognize that people who are in different demographic groups, Aaron mentions how some minoritized and underrepresented employees might view the organization versus others, that's understandable because you're really at the beginning of this journey. The other part of that as well is communication. You just started this. Aaron also mentioned that when people know you're doing DEI, they have an inkling, they have an idea, but there needs to be a clear communication message. Those are things you do not have. So if we were looking at that global diversity, equity, and inclusion benchmarks, you have opportunity to improve. But that's normal to understand if you've not done this work before. The best part of this is you are cognizant that you needed to start the journey and you are starting the journey. So for organizations that are starting the journey, this is what you would expect. Other things that as you move through the journey and as you move from needs to improvement areas to we are meeting basic benchmark expectations would be things like having a DEI council and then having a DEI strategy and linking the DEI strategy to the city strategic plan. When we did some of this work for the city of Cincinnati, we've done DEI work for them, one of their large divisions. They connected their strategy with, they actually had a council that connected their strategy with DEI, and they also had expectations for the employees as it related to how they would behave in a respectful manner, and they had competencies around DEI. You are far from that, but it is a journey and it takes time. What does that mean? Change does not happen overnight. Organizations that are trying to change their culture, it can take you 3 to 5 years to do that. And so another thing about the recommendations, we talked to you about the short-term things you can do. And then we also talked to you about the long-term systemic changes that you need to make. That can take time to change a culture. You don't change a culture overnight. But the good news is you started the journey.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Other
you.
questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Mayor, I have one quick question of Ms. Hicks.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Smith.
Yes, thank you. Was there any indication about the particular bills or laws that we put on the book and how they should, how DEI should be focused and how we shape those particular items? We make
I understand you to say laws.
yeah, when we create some type of bill to pass that have some type of impact on the community, how do we, should we put DEI in that bill as far as making decisions?
Well, let me give you an example, and you may already be aware of this. You know, for instance, as it relates to employees, if we look at Title VII, the EEOC, Title VII, 1964 Civil Rights Act, you know, it gave certain protected classes to certain groups of people: race, age, national origin, pregnancy status, sex, gender identity, gender expression, and some other groups. Before gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation was not a part of Title VII until June 2020, last year. But there are some cities and municipalities that said, we are going to protect those individuals in those groups. They didn't wait for the federal law to say that sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity, transgender, non-binary individuals were covered. The city of St. Louis had sexual orientation as a protected class for many years. And so cities can be better than, broader than what the federal government says. Also in your policies, your HR policies, your people policies, you can make changes to those as a city based on wanting to be more inclusive. There are simple things as such as what are the appropriate pronouns to use for people? that we no longer really say, unless somebody identifies themselves what they want particular pronouns. People are saying them, their, they, us, you, me, people, instead of saying, some of the male gender-based pronouns. And so there are things that you can do around policies that are very simple. Well, I shouldn't say simple because I've worked in the city government before, so let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. There are some things that you can do, and there are some things we work with some cities, they had to get a charter change to do. They could not make those changes that easily. One city, they couldn't change from personnel to HR. It had to be a charter change, and it had to be voted on. But you need to you should think about what policies and procedures and practices that you can change, and to be more diverse and inclusive and equitable. If you can change those, change it. It may just be language. Changing laws, I know, requires votes. But that's the reason why the community was engaged in this process. And they also need to hear what your strategy is going to be once you get there. But before that, they need to know what the outcome of the survey is so they can begin to get engaged and understand the direction in which you are headed. I don't know, Councilman Smith, if that answered your question. If not, please let me know.
Oh, it did, and my question was poorly asked, but you did hit on what I was alluding to. It pretty much needs to start with the council as we think, well, we start our process of thinking of how DEI can be part of city government.
Yes. And I know that's part of the training that we'll talk about, roles and responsibilities, because with different boards and different councils, it means different things. And I understand you're going to embark upon strategic planning at some point. So a part of strategic planning is about people, and that is about DEI as well. So there's usually some sort of goal, some connection to DEI into a city strategic plan also. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good work. All right, we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, we're off to a strategic planning kickoff.
2 seconds, Mary, and I'll come up here.
The whole thing. No.
Right. Sides, right? Okay, thank you. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I am excited to present to you the beginning steps of the strategic planning process. And I know that you all are familiar with my background through the hiring process, but the public may not be. So I wanted to share that I've had extensive training in strategic planning, and I have worked with large and small organizations. I've also worked with communities to address and to create strategic plans around complex issues, such as how to best assist unsheltered populations, criminal justice reform. So I'm really excited to be able to do this with this organization. I've also had the pleasure of serving in elected positions, and I share that because I know how difficult it is to try to shoehorn large priorities that you're going to hear as you go through this process into a strategic plan. So you have your work cut out for you. Doesn't like me. Thank you. All right, so this evening, we're going to review, here's your agenda, the mission, the visional direction and goals that you all previously set. Go over quickly the purpose of strategic planning and understanding who lives and works here. And then we're going to talk about some of the pre-retreat work and of course, how we envision the city. Thank you. So Webster Groves is committed to providing professional, efficient, and responsible services and to working with citizens to enhance its position as a premier place to live, work, and raise a family in a traditional yet progressive community. What you see here are your 2018, 2019 visional direction and goals. I'm not going to read all the content that bolsters each goal. You all are familiar with it, but I do think it's important to share those overarching goals. And so what we have are ensure financial security, foster a strong business community, protect community assets and infrastructure, engage in effective communication, cultivate a housing stock and character with community, and promote art and beautification efforts. Having goals are essential, but the missing component from the current goals is the actual strategic plan, which should detail how the organization will achieve the goals that council establishes. The strategic plan should be aspirational and it should be actionable. Aspirational because it conveys the vision you all have for the city. But if it is to be executed, it must be actionable so that it can serve as a schedule of work for me and for the staff. So who does the strategic plan serve? As council develops the strategic plan, two groups must be considered: the community and the city staff. Those groups are not in competition. In order for the city staff to be able to carry out the goals that are set for community and to be successful in that, we have to have the resources and tools to do what's asked of us. And as you plan, it's important to understand the demographics of the workforce and the community. The strategic planning process is a time to ask questions and to dig into the data to help you determine the vision for the city. Who are we as an organization and as a community? Who do we want to be as an organization and as a community? And how do people view us as an organization and as a community? Those are just many of the questions that you all will be asking yourselves. And those are many of the factors that will shape the strategic plan. So to help you get started, we're going to quickly go over just some of the demographics of city employees and then what the community looks like as a whole. So city staff have a healthy span of service years. There are many ways an organization can be diverse, and years of service is just one of those ways. As an organization, 46% of the staff have under 6 years of service. And then 36% of our employees have been here for over 14 years, with 24% of those having been here over 20 years. So we have a nice span. We've got new people coming in, bringing their experiences. We've got seasoned employees that have been here sharing how the city functions, how it works. But this is important as you consider your goals for the internal strategic planning pieces. We know how people work has changed. For instance, do we move into more virtual roles? Do we offer more services online? How does all of that look? And considering that 24% of our staff have over 20 years of service, we know that those people will want to retire. So what does that mean for our current employees? How do we train folks? How do we prepare them for the future workforce? So racial diversity of employees. What you see there is full-time and part-time. And even though our organization is more diverse than the city as a whole, we're still predominantly a white workforce. Gender diversity. As an organization, our gender diversity, particularly for our full-time employees, is for females, is concerning.
Concerning, wow.
Well, that's the best word I had. It's really underrepresented.
I mean, part of that though is right, the industries, yeah, I was gonna say, you got firemen and policemen who are predominantly historically male.
In public works.
In public works, yeah.
That's right, which is why when you, I'll go back just real quick, when you look at our part-time staff, our females are much higher in the part-time staff. That's your instructors for Parks and Rec, but those are also typically not always your unbenefited positions. So what does that say? How are we hiring? How are we treating the workforce?
What's the division of the department heads? Is that pretty even?
It is not. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mara would be the only.
Well, you, of course.
Well.
More than a department.
I'd say Mara gives all the department heads a run for their money. So a closer look at employees, again, race and gender of senior leadership. And so this, breaks it down. And of the females that we have in our full-time staff, I guess you could say a fair number, 36% are in leadership roles. And the way we split out leadership was really some type of supervisory capacity. All right, so a closer look at our employees again, where do they live? When we consider where our employees live for our full-time staff, the answer is almost anywhere other than Webster Groves. 90% of our full-time employees live outside of Webster Groves. 64% of our part-time staff live outside of Webster Groves. Now, it is not uncommon for municipalities to have staff that live outside of that municipality. We're never going to achieve 100%, but 90% of our full-time staff not living in the city is uncharacteristically high. So as you embark on your strategic planning, there's some questions to ask around that. Why is that? And I don't know the answers. Why is that? Is it housing costs? Is it salary? Yeah, are there other factors? So those are important things as we look again at the future of our workforce, how we recruit.
Is that uncharacteristically high, like compared to like other municipalities? Just because of the fragmentation that we have in this region, I wonder what the other municipalities look like, especially something like Clayton and Crestwood and Brentwood, like the ones that kind of have a similar makeup as we do.
As you go through this process, if that's information council's interested in for strategic planning, I will pull those other municipalities. I would say though, that it is uncharacteristically high. I would expect somewhere in the 30 to 40%. So what you see here is a list of city projects. The list is not in priority order. It's not exhaustive. City staff are engaged in a number of activities as they carry out their normal operations. It's been a busy year, not to mention doing all of these things, plus things I haven't listed, and just keeping the lights on as they go through about normal city functions. The work has moved forward while onboarding a new manager and continuing to navigate operations during the pandemic. And I share all of that because regardless of perspectives on some of those hot button issues you might see up there, I hope the community and council recognizes how hard staff is working. We've got a great staff. As you move forward with your strategic planning, it's really important to recognize the current work that's already being done and to consider how and if it fits into your future strategic plans. One of the most important things about successful organizations is being agile. If we're doing something we shouldn't do, those are things that we should recognize, and then we take those off of the work plate. All right, so Webster Groves is a community. Who are we? So our community is homogenous in terms of race. It's a pretty white community with African Americans comprising about 4% of the population with very few other racial or ethnic groups. And in terms of gender, women make up a little over 54% of the community.
So forgive me for interrupting.
Sure.
This isn't yet 2020 census data, or is it?
Oh, it is.
Oh, good. Thank you. I just want to make sure.
Sorry, I should have said that. It is 2020 census data. So a closer look at residents. Webster residents are a median age of 40, with only 18% of the households having an adult over 65, but that means we're a fairly young community. Of those households, only 24%, have children under the age of 18. And then as you can see, 7% have households with children under the age of 5. Again, as you consider the future of Webster Groves, how do those demographics fit into your strategic goals? What does our population look like 5 years from now? What's it going to look like 10 years from now? And Webster Groves is highly educated with 98% high school attainment. That is terrific. That is something to really be proud of as a community accomplishment. And 68% of the residents having at least a bachelor's degree. The community is also economically comfortable in terms of household income, with the median income being $103,000. On average, 2.5 people live in each household, and about 78% of those households enjoy home ownership. That's a really high rate of home ownership. And the median home value is about $300,000. Again, current census information. So just a quick snapshot comparison. So you see 2010 there, you see 2019, the current census. So what does this really say about us? What it really says is that the community characteristics that we can just, see predominantly there is that we've become whiter and more affluent. Diversity in race has declined for African Americans and Asians, with Latinos making a small gain. You can also see that people have enjoyed higher salaries, demonstrated by the median income increasing in that time period over $16,000, and that a median home value have also increased by about $56,000. So again, I'd ask the same questions as you do your strategic planning. What does that mean? What does that mean for the goals? What are the needs within the community? Where do we see ourselves now, 5 years from now, and 10 years from now? Okay, so the demographic information about the workforce in the community builds a great foundation to start the strategic planning work, but more information is needed, of course. So with a traditional strategic planning, you would do a traditional SWOT process. As you all know, it was very difficult to come up with the October 15th date, and that is just for a few hours. So we're going to do some massaging of that, and you're going to have pre-retreat homework that I hope each of you will participate in. You're going to receive a SWOT survey tomorrow. It will be sent out. There's also, in addition to the SWOT survey, there's some additional assessment tools and questions that are in there. Those are adapted from an ICMA that you all are familiar with, but for those that are watching, International City County Management Association. So there's some questions there. Your responses, this is going to be through SurveyMonkey. I'm not going to know who's who unless you choose to identify yourself. So the directors and the assistant directors and other command leadership staff are also going to be doing the SWOT survey. When we come back on the 15th, we will have those results compiled for you, and we will go through those. And then the rest of that time will be spent as council sees fit, discussing those results and determining some of the next steps. I will ask, because the 15th is going to be upon us very, very quickly, that you all return those to us by Monday, the 11th. That will give us a few days to be able to put together not only the information, but to create the presentations for you. That session will be in open session, so the public will have an opportunity to view it as well. I think that's really all I had to share about the pre-homework. Are there any questions about that? Okay, so part of that, and it doesn't have to be on the 15th, we don't have to waste the precious time that we have together with that. But some of the things that we'll need to discuss then is, how does the council see moving forward with the strategic planning? Do you want to invest in a consultant to help you as you move forward? Do you want staff to continue with that process? What is the timeline for the strategic planning? We'll most likely need to get some more dates on the calendar for you all to hash this out, because it's not a one and done, as you all know, nor should it be. It's an incredibly important process. And one of the large questions that we're going to be talking about is, how do you all desire to get community input? As you know, community input is a huge part of the process. We can do focus groups in the community, we can do surveys with the community, and it doesn't have to be either or, it can be all and. So those are things that staff are going to want to receive direction from council on as we move forward. So lots to think about. That is my last slide as you all embark on envisioning what the future means for Webster Groves, and as we learn how the community sees the future.
I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that we forgot to say Katie as the head of the department.
Katie is head of many things.
Yes, she is.
Yes.
She keeps us all together. Hey, Mayor, any questions?
No, thank you very much. You know, as someone who's done strategic planning for years, you did a great job with this. Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Peoples.
So we'll have to do in a few minutes. Thank you.
And that SWOT analysis, you got to get everybody to do that. So thank you. All right, anything else? Then let's take a look at the appointments to boards and commissions tonight. Let me get my little cheat sheet here and see what we have. We have 3 people who've applied for the Parks and Recreation Board. Sally Kilbride, who interviewed in September, Heather Lasher-Todd, and Mike Johnson. And I don't know if we want to make an appointment tonight or whether we want to see if we can talk, for example, one of the applicants into being on green space where they often dig and do the sorts of things that he feels comfortable doing. So anyhow, what's your pleasure?
Did the first applicant, I wasn't here for her interview, but did she express interest in any of the other commissions?
We didn't ask, I don't
We
think.
didn't ask
Okay,
her
I was just
at
curious.
that point,
Okay.
and we should do that. She's a school counselor, and there may be something else. Soccer coach.
Katie, would you remind us of the openings that we have right now? Or remind me, I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
Off the top of my head, I know there's two, another one just came available on green space, so there's two on green space. The Parks has one.
Police community engagement.
Police community engagement has a business one and a resident slot. There's traffic advisory commission, alternate positions open.
Okay.
What about the Board of Adjustment situation?
There could be, I'm guessing maybe a board of adjustment. Haven't heard anything recent. Mara, have you?
No, nothing recent, and we do have HPC.
And a HPC?
Do you think it might be valuable for asking Katie if you could contact the three
Sure. Let's see what
folks
their
and see if
second
there's a
choice would be.
second border commission that they might be interested in joining? And that would help a lot with, because we have three people who are here who are really qualified, want to serve on a board, and let's see if we can find a position that matches their skills and interest with what we have available.
Sure.
And then at the next meeting, we'll take a look at that. Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah,
Yeah.
good idea.
Yep.
Good, we'll do
Sure.
that.
And then we just need to announce the others from last,
Do we announce them now, or can we announce
at the regular meeting.
at the regular meeting? That's what I thought.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Okay, good enough. Well, we now have 5 minutes that we can get up, walk around, because the next meeting is going to be fairly lengthy. And we can determine whether or not we want to take care of the other business first. Let me ask you, is there anything on the other, on the items that are after the public hearing that would require somebody to stay? So it wouldn't make any difference whether we did this before or after?
We would be required to stay.
Yeah, we're required to stay, but is there anybody who's going to have to sit here through the public hearing and not necessarily want to?
Not that I am aware.
Okay, and that'll help our decision. Thank you. All right, 5-minute break, everybody.
I'm all in.
Okay.
I'm all in.
Okay. Ooh, I get to bang this. Wow. Good evening. And we welcome you this evening to our city council meeting. And we'll talk a little bit more about procedures before we begin the public hearing this evening. But we'll begin tonight with the roll call.
Mayor Welsh,
Here.
Councilmember Arnold,
Here.
Councilmember Bliss. Here. Councilmember Franklin.
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Alexander.
Here.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Right, our first agenda item is one of those bittersweet, sad, but happy kind of occasions. And this is a recognition of the retirement of our Fire Chief, Tom Yohe. We're going to start this evening with a little video that has been done in honor of Tom. So Tom, you want to make sure you can see this.
One more time, sorry, Mayor.
Hmm?
Just give me 2 seconds
Mhm.
to share sound. That's
Chief Yohe, You are going to be missed. Even though I've only worked with you for a few months, it has been an incredible pleasure. And there are more seasoned folks that have worked with you than I that are going to talk about your professional experience and how you've led the fire department. So I want to talk about getting to know you on a personal level. I have enjoyed it incredibly. I don't know how many people know that you are a foodie and a barbecue expert, and so I've enjoyed talking with you about that. We have a shared love for some craft adult beverages, and most impressively to me is that you are a pilot, and it has just amazed me. And so you are going to be so missed, but I hope retirement is everything you can make it. I hope you and your family enjoy. I wish you lots of good food and lots of time in the skies. And just know, you are always welcome to come back and visit. Take care.
Chief Yoey, from the guys on B Crew, we wanted just to give you a fine farewell and wish you the best retirement that you can imagine. Thanks so much for all you've done for us, and we love you. Yeah!
Tom Yoey, we are sure going to miss you. You've been a fabulous fire chief for our city, and your leadership of this department is really appreciated. If I had one word to describe you over the years, it is respect. You have such respect from the people who have worked with you, from your firefighter, paramedic crew, from those of us who know you. It is that respect. We also appreciate your integrity, your humbleness, your kindness, your accessibility, and that great big smile that you have. We sure are going to miss you, Tom Yoey. Have a good retirement.
Chief, thank you for all your many years of service, and enjoy your retirement.
Chief, congratulations on your retirement. On behalf of all of Webster Groves, I want to thank you for your service and dedication to the people of Webster Groves. Public service is a true important thing in our life, and I think you have demonstrated the importance of public service to everyone. Congratulations again on your retirement, and I hope you enjoy it.
Chief Yo, I just want to say thanks for being a great mentor and a great teacher and a great example for me. Helped me grow my career, and I wish you all the best in retirement.
Hi, Chief Yoey. I have a script here, so I don't go off cue here. So I just want to let you know it's been a pleasure working with you. You've always been so kind, and the first one to turn in your agenda items for the council meetings. Ensuring the new firehouse number 2 became a reality is certainly remarkable. The city has been in great hands during your tenure, and we're all going to miss you. And thank you so much, and best of luck.
Chief, as a personal goodbye, I just want to thank you for the guidance you provided throughout my career. One of the reasons I'm a captain is because you initially believed in me when you were a battalion chief and I was on your crew, and you gave the blessing for me to become an acting captain. So I want to personally thank you for what you've done for me individually and what you've done for this fire department. You're going to be a hard act to follow. Enjoy your retirement. We're going to miss you.
Hi, Chief. I just wanted to add my thanks and congratulations to you on your retirement. We as a community have been so lucky to have you leading our fire department and setting such high professional standards for us. I know our community is grateful, and certainly I am. I want to especially thank you for all the work you've done on Firehouse 2. What we see coming up is really your creation, or largely your creation, so thank you for all that hard work. Thanks also for always helping us stay well informed with fire department issues and providing that little bit of levity every once in a while that we need in a long, tough meeting. So good luck on what comes next. We hope that you are going to have a lot of fun and spend some time with the family, and thanks again.
Hey, Tom, just want to congratulate you on your retirement. Just thank you for your dedication to the fire service and to Webster Groves Fire Department. You've certainly made a difference in many people's careers, and let's go chase some of those spotted cows, brother.
Hi, Tom. Just wanted to congratulate you on your retirement. You're going to be very, very missed around here. I've had the opportunity to avail myself of the resources of the fire department several times over my growing up here, and more recently breaking my leg outside, and you guys have always been so wonderful and professional and just absolutely beyond kind to me, and I can't thank you guys enough. Good luck, and we're gonna miss you.
Chief Yohe, thank you very much for all of your knowledge and wisdom that you were able to tell me in the years that we were together, especially going back when we were on the truck down at Two's with Chief Jones, and also pushing me to be able to move on and advance my career from my first couple years. And enjoy your retirement, and we'll see you hopefully whenever I retire. Thank you.
Hey, Chief Yohe, thanks so much for your service, and here's wishing you the best in your retirement.
Hey, Tom, I just want to say thanks for all you've done and the mentoring in the fire service. My first day I walked through the door, you were my first partner. We've been along a long road, and thanks so much for all you've done. Have a great retirement. Take care.
Chief Yohe, I want to say thank you. Thanks for everything you taught me. Thanks for being my mentor, and thanks for being someone I can look up to. I hope you enjoy your retirement, have a long and healthy retirement, and I'll have to come out and have a couple beers with you on the farm. Take care. I love you, buddy.
Chief Yohe, you signed off every email with strive to be better. This fire department truly was better under your leadership and guidance. We're gonna miss you. Enjoy your retirement. Happy retirement!
Anybody on council? Oh, boy. We have a proclamation. Whereas the city of Webster Groves has a long history of providing professional fire service. Since 1912, when it became the first municipality in St. Louis County to establish a paid fire staff. Whereas Fire Chief Tom Yohe joined the Webster Groves Fire Department in 1992 and spent the last 29 years as an essential part of delivering critical firefighting and paramedic services to residents and businesses in our city. Whereas Tom was promoted to captain in 1999, battalion chief in 2010, assistant chief in 2013, and chief in 2017. Along the way, Tom earned an associate degree in fire science, a bachelor's degree in fire administration, certifications as fire officer, fire service instructor, fire investigator, fire inspector. And whereas through Chief Yohe's leadership, the Webster Groves Fire Department has successfully established adequate funding of pensions, brought community outreach to a new level, and is in the process of building a new fire station to better serve Southwestern. Whereas Tom leaves us with years of progressive and valuable leadership, which was always characterized as respectful with impeccable integrity. His department, city hall staff, colleagues in the fire service, and the community will miss him. And we look forward to having him come to do a ribbon cutting in the final session. So on behalf of the city of Webster Groves, we want to thank and honor Tom Yohe for his many years of service and proclaim Friday, October 15th. It's Tom Yohe Day in the city of Webster Groves.
So it's certainly a roller coaster of emotions, and we The most overwhelming emotion is that of gratitude. Gratitude to the current and past councils, current and past administrations, current and past Mayor Welch. And especially my deepest gratitude for these guys in the back of the room, and including Chief Curtis, because we know deep down inside he really wants to get fired. But my gratitude to these guys for their support along the way and for striving to be better. You know, like I started out as a thing, and I didn't really realize it was a thing until recently. And you know, my emails, I did sign off and strive to be better. That was a message to them as well as a reminder to me that we can always be better. If we work together and if we pull on the rope in the same direction, we can get a lot of damn good work done, and we did. So thank you all. I certainly appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, I think if there's not a move to switch the agenda around, since most of the people are here for the public hearing, we should probably just do that and move that along. We're going to open a public hearing, and once we do that, I will talk a little bit about the process going forward. So let's begin by opening the public hearing, and Neil, if you want to read that, then I'll do process.
21 PC-04 Douglas Hill, an application by SG Collaborative LLC for a change of zoning from A4 7,500 square foot residence district, B1 multiple family district, E industrial district, and PC planned commercial district to PC planned commercial district on an approximately 15.1 acre tract of land located at the following addresses: 55 Lincoln Avenue, 62 Lincoln Avenue, 49 North Gore Avenue, 51 North Gore Avenue, 61 North Gore Avenue, 65 North Gore Avenue, 69 North Gore Avenue, 79 North Gore Avenue, 40 North Rock Hill Road, 200 Sherman Place, 201 Sherman Place, 203 Sherman Place, 205 Sherman Place, 207 Sherman Place, 200 West Kirkham, 204 West Kirkham, 234 West Kirkham, 240 West Kirkham Avenue, 242 West Kirkham, 320 West Kirkham, 340 West Kirkham, 107 West Pacific, 109 West Pacific, 111 West Pacific, 115 West Pacific, 125 West Pacific, 147 West Pacific, 207 West Pacific, 209 West Pacific, 211 West Pacific, 227 West Pacific, 315 West Pacific, 325 West Pacific, 341 West Pacific Avenue.
All right, before we begin, I want to talk a little bit about process and where we're going. Tonight, we are beginning a process where the council will be gathering information from city staff and from the developer in regard to the zoning changes for the redevelopment area. The council will also take and receive input from the community and those who wish to offer comments. The council will deliberate and can make changes in the recommendations and will ultimately vote on the proposed zoning changes in the months or weeks ahead. We all of us on council want this to be a very open, a very transparent, and a very welcoming process for all input. Let's talk about this process. The process begins tonight with a presentation from staff about their proposed zoning changes. The developers will then be given time to present their project. And council will tonight have the opportunity to ask questions of both the staff and the developer. We will hold all public comment about this project, public comment that will be placed in the public record until our next meeting on October 19th. We anticipate a substantial amount of input, and we're going to use the following guidelines so that everybody can be accommodated with their input. All verbal comment will be limited to 3 minutes so that we can accommodate everyone who wishes to speak. And think about that. If we have a lot of people, it means everybody has an opportunity when we limit this to 3 minutes. Public comment can be made in 3 different ways. 1, persons can come to the meeting in person and make their comments directly to the council. So you're welcome to come on October the 19th, come before the council and make your comments. 2, persons can join the meeting on Zoom and use the hand up function comment at the meeting. Tonight, I see that we have 75 participants on Zoom, and anyone who wants to at the October 19th meeting can raise their hand and their comment will be added to the public record. And 3, written commentary. You can send your written commentary in. It will not be read aloud, but it will become part of the public record. So if you also come and you have a written comment, you have 3 minutes to speak, then you can turn your written comment in and the whole written comment becomes part of the public record. All public comment will be available on the city's website. And information about how to access that, we'll give that to you on the October 19th meeting. So all of that will be available to everyone. Finally, tonight I have a couple of speaker cards that are about the development to be given at remarks of visitors. Please know that if you do that tonight, your comment is not part of the public record. So while you speak tonight, while you sent a card in and you may speak tonight, please know that if you speak on October the 19th, that it provides a public record, and it will not just be part of tonight's minutes. So I hope that's clear to everyone about the process moving forward in an orderly and respectful manner. And we'll start tonight right now with the information gathering education process by getting a report from our Planning and Development Director, Mara Perry.
So good evening, everyone. You have before you this evening I'm going to learn how to use this one. There we go. You have before you this evening a request for a change of zoning. What we're going to do is I'm going to start briefly talking about a process that we did talk about before the Plan Commission, about how we move through a typical rezoning or a request for a conditional use permit. They're very similar. We start with staff research and analysis. We then take it to a meeting of the Plan Commission. There's a staff report at that time that we provide to the Plan Commission with additional information as they make their deliberation. They then forward their recommendations on to the City Council. The City Council then deliberates, here's the hearing again with the additional information. Sometimes it comes back to City Council for multiple meetings if it is a complex rezoning. And then it goes to a first and second reading. It then goes back to another meeting for a final reading. So this is a pretty standard process that we've used for many of the rezonings that have gone before you, as well as your conditional use permits. For this evening, I wanted to put a couple bullets together just to identify what we were doing. I know the mayor has already described this, but I thought it'd be important to note. So we do start our presentations with a staff presenting information, trying to go through the history of the property, reviewing what the request is, but more importantly, explaining what has been brought forward as a recommendation from the Plan Commission. Now, we will be clarifying the recommendation came forward with a vote of 4-4. We always do tell you what that vote is and how it was moved forward. We then provide the opportunity for the City Council to ask staff any questions. If it's something we can readily answer, we do try to do that. But in most cases, especially with more complex things, we write those questions down and try to provide it at a future meeting or in the packets. There is typically then a presentation by the applicant, and the council can ask the questions of the applicant. I've highlighted up on the slide, that's what we were going to focus on this evening. And then we would come back at a future meeting to address the next few steps. The next would be public comments regarding the application. Staff does try to additionally answer those if there are questions that need to be integrated for the council to answer those questions that might have come from the public. At a certain point in time, it could be multiple meetings later, the City Council will make a determination as to whether they've received all the information that they need and can close the hearing. We would then hold a first and second reading on the ordinance, and any recommendations for changes would be held between that first and second reading. And then at a future meeting, then would be the third and final reading. So I'm going to go through history of the site and some basics about the site, and then go into detail the recommendations from the Plan Commission. This current property, which is outlined in red, has 4 different current zoning districts. There's an A4 7,500 square foot in yellow, a paler color of yellow, which is the B1 multiple family district, which is a planned site specific district, the E industrial zoning district, and then a PC planned commercial district. That one was put in place without a site specific plan, but was just put in place as a PC planned commercial. You can see the aerial photograph here with the existing structures that are on the property, and again outlined in red. Surrounding uses include single family residential. You will note that that is primarily to the west and to the north. And then on the other side of some additional commercial, it is also to the east. To the south, there are retail, restaurant, office uses. There are also some service facilities. There is a private school, a Montessori school, a parking garage, and the railroad tracks. The history of this site is quite interesting. It always has had multiple zoning categories. This map is from 1923, which is the first zoning ordinance that the city has ever had. At that time, the property was zoned with A, D, and E. As it moved forward through the 1930s, some changes were made. The D was expanded, so was the E industrial, and some of the other changes were made to the A and D. As it continued into the 1940s, again, the expansion seemed to be more into the E industrial with the proximity to the railroad, and some of the other changes were made through rezonings by property owners in that area. As we continue to 1956, that is when our major change to our zoning ordinance was made. That is the primary one that we have been working with for a number of years. We've made changes to it, but that is the one that we've used the most and has the backbone to what we use today in our zoning ordinance. At that time, they did change the A's to create, there was an A1, 2, 3, 4. Previously, they did have those categories, but they were all just labeled A, and then you had to look at what the square footage minimum of the lots were. 1968, there were some additional requests to rezone. As you can see, the E industrial expanded quite substantially through that particular piece of property. In the 1960s and through to the 1980s, some of these other changes were continued to be made. There were some requests that were denied to change to C and D commercial. There was also some rezoning that went in the reverse from an E to an A. And then as we continued through the 80s and 90s, again, multiple zonings requested from the different property owners, in particular the B1 multifamily that was put in place in the 1980s, and then continued with some additional changes with the PC planned commercial in the far corner.
What was the purpose of the 87 planned commercial?
Sorry, I'm now I'm going. Yes, similar to what it was today, there was a request for proposals in order to redevelop a key area of the property. And at that time, it was left open without an actual plan to it. So it was just a generic, we will rezone to a PC planned commercial. We will then be able to get plans that will come in to identify, and those plans at that time never did come to fruition.
Do you know what the plan or the vision was?
I don't have specifics on that.
No worries.
And then continuing through the 1990s and into the early 2000s, there were a number of different smaller uses. There was a city recycling center at one point in time, CUP for a cell tower, as well as for some expansions of some of the businesses. And then it continued with some additional amendments through to 2017. So the comprehensive plan is our guiding document that helps us to determine where we need to be going with key elements when it comes to a rezoning of a particular piece of property. There is the original 1970s comprehensive plan, 1978. There is then a development foundation plan, which happened in 2005, 2006. There were a series of public meetings at that time. And what was adopted were the maps that they identified for key commercial areas and the areas that surrounded those.
Would you mind just explaining?
Yeah.
Would you mind just explaining for that process? We always talk about that the maps were adopted rather than the plan. What does that actually mean?
So what it means is at the time, there was still a lot of questions and concerns about some of the recommendations, the site-specific recommendations in the document. From when I've looked at, the city council by resolution only adopted the maps of that document and did not adopt the rest of the document. Many of it was still kept in a draft format. I know that there were some architectural guidelines in there. There were some site-specific guidelines, but those were not adopted at that time, according to the records that I found.
Thank you, that helped.
Okay. So in looking at that, when we were trying to reconcile the combination of looking at multiple maps, we went through a series of hearings with the Plan Commission a few years back and made an adoption to try to merge those two maps of the series of maps together. Because again, we would look at the 78 plan and their map, and then we'd look at a development foundation map, and they didn't always coincide. And the development foundation plan map had a combination of just colored areas for uses, but did have some sort of rendered ideas of what could possibly go there, but that isn't a typical land use map for a comprehensive plan. So we did adopt a plan that tried to use all of the recommendations from 2006. So if 2006 had identified an area having multiple uses, we made sure that that category was a mixed use. So in looking at this and looking specifically at the area that's identified, the area was identified to have, is identified to have a, to the north, a small area that stayed as single family residential. There was an area for the existing church to remain as institutional, and the rest of the area was identified as mixed use. As we continue into the analysis, this is what we walked through with the Plan Commission over a series of 4 different meetings. We talked through what the request was. A PC planned commercial is a zoning district that comes in and provides a plan of what they would like to request of the city. In that plan, it identifies some regulations or ideas of what they would like as their regulations to govern the development of the property. It does not act like a straight zoning, which would be in our zoning districts if someone comes in and wants to zone a property to an A district, for example. It already has all the setbacks, it has the requirements and everything that you would need to build. In this case, they are asking for those requirements, and our zoning ordinance does not give specifications of what you would give for that district. It says, look at the plan and identify whether you would like to move it forward and create a set of regulations for that. That does not mean that we do not keep and adopt all of our other regulations. So the building codes still apply. The tree and landscape ordinance still applies. All of our different site-specific and elemental ordinances within the city still apply when we create a site-specific ordinance for this development or something that you might want to vote on. Those items are created and are in addition or above and beyond our current codes. So as we went through the request, we identified a series of regulations, and those regulations as a draft went before the Plan Commission, and the Plan Commission then again moved forward those regulations with a vote of 4-4. I'm going to go through some of the specific categories that we identify. We try to organize the ordinance into very specific categories related to things that would be similar if they were in the zoning ordinance. So our first item was related to uses. We created a chart that would identify the uses that would be allowed within this district and whether they would be permitted, conditional, or accessory. Accessory is typical that it is something that there is a primary use on the site. The accessory uses are only for those that might be within that primary use, so they aren't a standalone use. Conditional would be something that might need to come back before the Plan Commission and City Council to get additional recommendations because they might not naturally fall within that district without addressing things that might be related to parking or to additional traffic. We also added in some additional regulations about the types of amenities that might be included that would also be considered accessory. We also looked at the changes that have happened for a lot of communities where there are now things like pickup windows that are not the same as a drive-through. So we did want to clarify that because that's not something any of us would have thought a couple of years ago to put in our zoning codes. We also wanted to clarify street vendor because part of this district is already located within a special taxing district, and part of it is not. And we do have some changed regulations for street vendors and things like that in commercial areas that are in our taxing district. In the ordinance, we always look at adding a series of dimensional regulations. Those regulations include setbacks, height, intensity of use. Those regulations help to govern how much can be developed and where it can be developed within that particular area of the site. So the first focus was on intensity of use. The intensity of use regulations were put in that have a cumulative gross floor area that is identified, which is the maximum gross floor area for a set of uses. The uses tie to the categories on the slide before of the uses and the use groups. So when it says public and recreational, the uses that are under the public recreational chart would fall under that, as well as the area of office, commercial, and services. And then in the other categories, when it comes to residential, it falls under a different set of regulations. There is a maximum number of residential units. It also includes multifamily structures that would, if something was going to replace, so there were a couple options in the plan. If a multifamily structure was going to replace the office building, what does that mean for those units? If a hotel is going to replace one of the multifamily buildings, what does that also mean? So looking at that and looking at some of the elements that would be required in terms of either parking or maximum units that would be within the district.
Mara, do you want questions as we go along, or do you want to finish and then go back to questions?
I could probably do either.
You pick. I don't want to interrupt you if you're on a flow, but
I'll keep on a flow, but if you want to keep notes, because then I want to be able to write them down. Want to make sure I don't forget them. We did provide a chart that we did as an analysis to the Plan Commission to identify some of the things that we usually do when we are analyzing a plan, what it means for lot coverage, what it means for floor area ratio, and what the minimum land area per unit is. Those are numbers that we usually do have in some of our other zoning categories, and they have some maximums associated with them. So using that, we tried to establish what those maximums would be. We also looked at the total site coverage. In our zoning code, site coverage is building footprint. It's not hardscape, but it is building footprint area. So looking at what that maximum site coverage would be in the ordinance. Looking at the intensity of use and the site coverage, we had identified using those footprints, a maximum site coverage for buildings. Then the other areas of the development would be including any green areas, any paved surfaces, any utility areas. So it would just be the footprint of the structure. In addition, we put a height regulation in there. We typically put in height regulations both in feet and number of stories for a maximum height. We did put an exhibit into the ordinance that would identify and explain how everything was measured off of the central street. That helped to identify the maximum height at that street level, both on the north side of the street and the south side of the street, which would be that maximum point that it could achieve. We also added an additional height regulation for the proposed structures that were down on Kirkham, that were single-family residential structures, keeping them with the same height regulations that are in all of our A districts. We did add some additional information in regards to things that might be on the tops of the larger structures. Many of them need things like cooling towers, elevator bulkheads, fire areas, and things for utilities. So we always identify, I say always identify, we did put in our educational campus zoning a similar regulation to help identify that if they did have that on a larger structure, what that could mean in terms of how the height could be for those specific utilities, and then how they could be screened and whether they would need to go before Architecture Review Board for their screening to be reviewed for that. So we did add that into the ordinance. We also look at the dimensional regulations in regards to setbacks. So the setbacks identify enclosed areas of structures. When we're in our single family residential districts, we usually identify that open unenclosed porches, patios, things like that don't count towards where the setback is, or if they do count, they count in a different manner. So our front yard setback allows for front porches in our single family residential district. So we tried to identify some site-specific things that would architecturally continue to provide some interest to the architecture and to encourage that, while still identifying what the setbacks needed to be. So we do have a set of setbacks that relate to the right-of-way of the various streets. They also relate to the central street and what that setback would be off the central street, trying to encourage outdoor areas for dining, outdoor areas for gathering within the street area. We did also want to specify what would be needed for the alley area for the townhouses. There is a proposal for an alley in that location. Also, what the setbacks would be along the service road that's proposed near the railroad right-of-way. We also needed to make sure that the existing structures that were going to remain did not have setbacks put upon them that would make them non-conforming structures. So we created another set of setbacks for the historic National Register building on the corner, as well as for the old Community Baptist Church. So they have their own setbacks and can continue to operate within the footprint that they have and be able to expand with that footprint, but still having that front setback that they already have. We did identify awnings, canopies, balconies, colonnades, bay windows, arcades, all of these architectural elements that would be encouraged to provide interest on the structures, that they could go up to 5 feet in front of that front yard setback like we do for front porches, again, to try to encourage the additional articulation. We also made sure to identify retaining walls. We know that this site has a lot of grade and challenges with that grade, and identifying at what point do retaining walls have to meet setbacks, because that has always become a critical thing when we've had sites that have severe grade changes. We then looked at parking. The identification for this was that the parking would meet our current code. I know all of you sat through a number of parking meetings recently when we updated our parking code. We finally put in place the idea that the parking has very specific numbers in our code. We had always been using just counties regulations and identifying with that. We now have our own parking regulations, and it's been identified that they will have to meet those parking regulations. I did do a chart with the Plan Commission that gave just a sample of if these certain sort of mix of uses does occur, this is the amount of parking that would be needed. And then it was identified in the plan, in the regulations, that they would have to meet all of those parking requirements. If they chose, as they get through each phase of their project, that they did want to do a reduction, they would have to go back before the Plan Commission to go through the process for a parking reduction identified with a full parking study on that area. So that was included in the regulations.
Why do we require 1.5 for multifamily, but only 1 for?
So the idea with a single family lot is that you have all of that additional area on your lot that you can provide. You also have a street, a single family residential street that has on-street parking. When it comes to multifamily structures, they don't have that same kind of frontage that can include additional parking spaces in front of your structure. And in most cases, they have to share the parking within a lot. And so it's typically that a 1.5 gives a little bit better provision of parking when you have multifamily all sharing on a property with not a lot of frontage.
But in this instance, they're going to be on Kirkham, so there's no front parking, right? And then they I mean, effectively, it appears that they're going to have an alley.
So wait, are you talking about the townhouses?
Yeah.
So the townhouses don't have to have the 1.5. The townhouse.
Sure.
You're not talking to the microphone.
So what I guess I'm asking is, it seems to me that in the townhouses in this instance, it would make more sense to have the 1.5.
So the idea is that they would.
Where do they park? Because you just mentioned, like, normally a residence, they have the front street parking, or, you know, a driveway. Where do they park in this instance?
So we would want to look at that. Again, in our code, if it is a single family property, they have to provide 1 parking space on their property. You are correct. They will not have as much along Kirkham for guests and visitors to be identified. We could put that in. That could be something that we could look at.
I was just wondering, just looking at it from a logical, trying to look at it from a logical standpoint.
Yeah.
how we go forward.
Off of the alley, depending on how it is identified, they can still get a 2-car off of the back. So they might be able to meet that 1.5, but I agree with you. There is going to be limited for guests and visitors. Architectural Review Board. I want to make it very clear, all new structures, each one as it goes forward, will have to go before the Architectural Review Board. We added additional information to provide to the Architectural Review Board during their review, that elevations should be articulated with changes in materials and color, planes that are varied in depth, length, and direction, long facades that have articulation. We encourage awnings, canopies, and balconies. We talked about the mechanical equipment and where different materials or changes would need to be made. And then we did add the use of solar panels as being encouraged. There was a section that we identified related to parks, trying to identify the existing sculpture park, that it would not be redeveloped unless it was in coordination with the city, and it could be expanded and connected to the development. We also added in maintenance easements, should they be connected, so that right now there's a roadway where it can be maintained if it's its own entity. We also tried to identify if dogs were allowed within the development. Could be quite a large number of dogs, and being to provide for the idea that there need to have outdoor space and waste from the pets. Also coordinating the design of whatever this boardwalk or connection is to the Great Rivers Greenway Trail, so that it would connect to future trail systems, in particular making the connections both to the eastern portion of the trail and any western portions of the trail and any other city parks.
Would any park in the development be city owned and maintained, or would it be owned and maintained by the developer?
There was not an identification of how that was going to be addressed. So we had not identified that. I would believe, Neil, would you correct me, that would be something that would potentially be a redevelopment agreement item?
That's yes. And in conjunction with Mr. Grimm, who just nodded his head, yes, I would say yes.
Under tree preservation and landscaping, just again, the reminder that our tree preservation and landscape ordinance still holds. These are just additional elements that were being put in place on top of it. So any special conditions to not maintain the 30% tree canopy have to be reviewed during the final development plan approval process. Our arborist did go through the initial plan that was a tree preservation plan to identify the condition and health of the many trees that were there. And so we put this in as a specification that it would be further reviewed should it not be able to meet the minimum 30% requirement. Tree placement as required per the code would be able to be applied and counted with new trees through the development area, and any replacement inches that can't be met on site would be determined with some special conditions through the approval process. Right now, there's a cap on how much you have to plant back for smaller development sites. It didn't address it for something as large as this, so the special conditions could be determined as part of that tree preservation plan for additional trees to be able to be planted in public areas off-site. It's encouraged that the street trees within the development be developed or installed with silva cells or equivalents to increase their lifespan, as well as there was a recommendation at Plan Commission that the topsoil should be saved and stockpiled for reuse if it was at all practical. Fire department, we did include some, again, fire code will still apply, but we included a few specific things mainly for during the construction and some of the early identification of the review of the plans. Having any restrictive gates and similar devices, making sure there's a Knox lock that they can have access to. Having any additional hydrants, sprinklers, standpipes installed throughout the site at the direction of the fire chief. Making sure they have full access to the buildings throughout construction, and then making sure that all entrances, exits, canopies can accommodate the ambulance and any other emergency vehicles. Traffic and access management. This is a pretty long slide. I'm not going to read through all of it, but I'm going to identify some of the key things that were addressed in this. This addresses new traffic signals. This addresses new signage related to the railroad. This addresses the idea of how things need to be programmed to be connected for how signals might work within the area. It also identifies curb cuts, things that would meet our ADA requirements and be reviewed with the Public Works Department. We also wanted to ensure that loading docks and other things that were more service type areas were designated onto away from the street delivery and to keep them in loading areas. We did also put in the requirements and the regulations an updated traffic study. That updated traffic study is identified to address changes to traffic post-COVID. And so making sure that we do have another traffic study that is identified as we get to the process of a final development plan. That final development plan has to go back before the Plan Commission. And at that time, they'd have the ability to do some additional traffic counts, both as we get hopefully past some of our changes in our COVID traffic, as well as addressing school year counts. Now that the school is back in session, now that they're back in session with students there full time, getting an updated count closer to when the final development plan would potentially go before the Plan Commission would be a regulation that we put in place. Stormwater, it's quite important to the city. We are a co-permittee with MSD's Phase 2 Stormwater Management Plan. We are identified that we do need to address and make sure that stormwater projects go before the Metropolitan Sewer District for larger projects and for commercial projects. For smaller projects, we are required to maintain that they meet the regulations that we've put in our ordinances, and that our ordinances are that were created off of examples that other communities that are also co-permittees also have put in place. So detention, retention, other stormwater quality management measures will be required to meet all of our codes, which would also mean that they are also meeting MSD regulations. Permits for any stormwater plans will also be obtained from the Metropolitan Sewer District, with any additional permits as needed through FEMA, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Department of Natural Resources as applicable. All of those will have impact to the northern part of the site, north of the creek. The site shall provide for the positive drainage of stormwater and shall be discharged at an adequate natural discharge point or connected to an adequate pipe system. This is, again, some of the typical language that we use with Metropolitan Sewer District in order to identify that they do have to provide a plan that addresses any stormwater per those regulations.
Mara, what does positive drainage mean? Sorry.
That's okay. Positive drainage identifies that it is not going to create a negative impact. Now, MSD might have a better understanding of how they use that language. I'm using that language we use that language because it is a model of language we've seen from MSD.
Okay.
I think one of the first slides you put up, Mara, it indicated that we're gonna half the number of grassland. We're gonna double the number, or more than double the number of concrete. We're gonna more than double the roof capacity in this land. Shouldn't the stormwater retention exceed? Shouldn't the requirements for the stormwater retention, and on top of all that, we're building on a floodplain, or at least part of it. Shouldn't the stormwater retention exceed what is already in our Webster Groves Code? Wouldn't that be prudent?
So if you go back to that actual exhibit, you will see that it's identified that some of the areas that are identified as roadways and surface ways will have the detention underneath it. So those are double counted. So the numbers that you were referencing that are increased, many communities use underground storage or storage beds. So in the case of this plan, it identifies an entire storage bed system under that main central street. So thinking about that as being double counted. Also note that everything that's there today doesn't currently meet our MSD regulations. So most of those properties, if they were built today, would have to provide either rain gardens or detention areas that they don't currently have. And so it's identified that unless you increase a certain amount or do a certain development, you don't have to come into compliance. So if someone renovates the existing structures, they don't have to come into compliance with MSD. If they don't add major additions or anything else to that property, they don't have to come into compliance. So right now, those properties are not in compliance with current stormwater regulations. So as we come into play, everything would have to come into compliance with our current stormwater.
Well, I appreciate that the current properties are not in compliance, but this is a developer that's coming to us and we get to set the boundaries. We get to set the parameters. So I guess, again, I kind of go back to why should we not enforce greater stormwater retention, especially when we've noticed just in recent weeks that there's flooding around that area. We were building on a floodplain. Why should we not require greater satisfaction that water retention is going to be taken care of?
So what I might do is ask that we do what Laura was doing is I want to put these down as questions that we can get additional information on.
Absolutely.
Because again, you have the ability to make those changes in the ordinance. I am not a stormwater engineer. And MSD would probably tell you at a certain point, you probably don't want to overbuild to your capacity, similar to you don't want to overbuild your parking for Black Friday. So there might be something that we would need to get additional information from MSD in regards to that before we would put that into the ordinance.
Excuse me, Mayor and Council. So we have each of the department directors here with us this evening, and I know in some of the questions that you all posed to us, Councilman Franklin, there are some stormwater answers in there from Todd Ray. And so however you all decide to ask questions later, those specific directors may be able to give you some difference. As Mara said, she's not a stormwater engineer, so.
No, and unfortunately, Mara, since you're standing here, you get the blunt of the questions. So I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. That's why I'm here this evening. Floodplain regulations. We did add, wait, let me make sure I didn't forget something on this slide. It was already identified that the replace or line the culvert under North Gore and West Kirkham Avenue. We did put that in as a requirement within here. And then also ensuring that all drainage and detention storage facilities are no closer than 10 feet to any property line. That's in our current code. You can't discharge water within 10 feet of any property line. So those are also in there. Floodplain regulations. You have probably all seen, we did include a copy of the floodplain study that has been provided by the engineers. That has already gone to the Metropolitan Sewer District and has already been reviewed by our staff. We do have 2 floodplain managers on my staff, and they have their comments. And I know that MSD, I believe, is ready to move theirs forward, and staff on my department are also ready to move that floodplain study forward, which would mean that it could go to its next step for review. They would be required to, if they make any improvements within the floodplain, they need to have a CLOMAR application. That CLOMAR will be required to be reviewed by FEMA prior to approval of the final development plan. So we would require the CLOMAR in place, which is a conditional letter of map revision, which identifies that conditionally they believe that the map revision that's being made will identify and identify where the floodplain changes will be made. So if they identify what they will fix or what they're planning to do, so for example, when Brentwood was doing their Brentwood Bound, they provided us with a conditional letter of map revision. A number of our properties within the city of Webster Groves became no longer within the floodplain because they had a detention area that was going to keep that stormwater and keep it from flooding the various properties. So the conditional letter of map revision goes forward as they make the construction. And then the final letter of map revision is identified after they've agreed that the improvements did do what they were supposed to do. If the development was going to move forward with making some of these changes, they would need to also obtain 404 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers, 401 water quality certification from the Missouri Department of Natural Resources, should they request to not meet some of our regulations in terms of our stream buffer, in terms of how they would be updating or making changes to the floodplain area. Development of any new structures within the area or improvement of any structures within the area in the floodplain shall obtain any applicable floodplain development permits, no rise certificates, and meet our Chapter 80 of the Webster Groves Code or FEMA requirements. I'm going to end with a bunch of smaller things. We always add a few other little things that aren't as big and overarching as stormwater and FEMA regulations. We identify that they have to meet all signage in the code. If they want to do a sign package for the overall development, which is allowed in a planned district, they have to follow the code. We identified that lighting fixtures would have to remain 25 feet or below, can't have larger lights up on the tops of the structures. They will have to provide lighting plans with each plan as they move forward. We would identify the light levels. All new utilities servicing the development would be installed underground. They would meet all the performance standards in our D commercial district in regards to noise, air pollution, light, sound. Opportunities for recycling and composting would be provided for within the development, and any improvements through or over the railroad right-of-way would require permits and approvals from Union Pacific Railroad. So I'm going to, one last slide. We did end with platting and submittal timelines. We would require them to replat all the various properties. You know, there was quite a few addresses that were being addressed. All of those would be identified to be platted as one larger piece of land. And then should they wish to replat or create new lots upon that later, that would go through our standard platting process. Any streets or roadways that would be dedicated at any point in time to become public would need to meet our regulations. If they remain private, they wouldn't have to meet our regulations, but we would never accept them as a public street in the future. Any applicable easements would be important for stormwater, especially if they're going to put the underground detention underneath some of those rights of way. And they would also need to vacate portions of streets that are no longer going to be active within the development and create them through the platting process. We did add in the submittal timelines. The code already requires under PC planned commercial a series of submittal timelines, but sometimes it gets lost because the PC doesn't have a lot of regulations in it. We wanted to make sure to identify the timelines that they have to submit a final development plan within 12 months of the approval of the change of zoning. It goes without a public hearing, but if it doesn't meet all the regulations in the code, it might have to come back to the city council. Failure to comply with those submittal requirements does have the ability for the council to repeal the change of zoning if it doesn't meet the regulations. I think I don't have any more slides. Yep, that was the last one.
Now,
So questions?
thank you very much for that very thorough presentation. We'll see what questions we have from council.
I'm happy to start. No one else wants to. So I won't do all of mine at once because I know other people have questions, but if we can go back to the density limitations for a minute. You've got the 770 units, which is the number that we have right now, with up to 900 units with changes in the office building and or hotel uses. So I'm on section 3.
Yes.
That is that by right then? The 770 turns into 900 under this plan simply because of a change, a decision made by the developer. It doesn't come back to us. It doesn't come back to you.
It wouldn't come back to us other than it would come in a site development plan. So as each plan comes in, we review it against the regulations. So first development plan comes in for the first building. We're going to sort of check off, does it meet everything in the ordinance? As each building moves forward, if we get to the point where we now have the last building is being built and they haven't built the office building yet, then though the regulations, and they decide not to build the office building, the regulations then would identify that the office building would have had this amount of parking and this density and this square footage. It's replaced by a multifamily building that would still need the same amount of a certain amount of parking. And that equation is what was the relationship.
But we don't at that point, if we adopt this, have any say in the 130 units
Correct.
that are in the building.
If you adopt this as it is, that is what that exchange is allowed.
Okay. And then, so this relates to the second question is just the next under site coverage, the 30% limitation. As I understand it, that's the footprint of the buildings?
Yes. So the code identifies, and this is how we've always, the identification in site coverage and its definition is that it is only for structures and footprint of structures.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
for example, Laclede Groves had a maximum, I think, of 24% for their structures on their property. And it was identified just as structures. I went back to check some other plans just to make sure that we've been doing it correctly over the years, but it does, site coverage is not impervious surface.
So it's a,
Can I back up on that a
Yeah,
little bit?
please.
Because it is just the building, so all the concrete, parking, et cetera, does not count in that 30%. So the only way we could understand what's left in terms of green space is to see the acreage that's required.
And that's in your exhibit.
no, that was sort of the follow-up I was going to have.
You're correct. That's in your exhibit.
So I guess part of my follow-up was about the hardscape, but hardscape versus, as you said to David, there are some retention facilities as well. I don't know very well how to judge, frankly, the site coverage versus the hardscape versus the retention and what that, what does this particular development look like in those terms relative to other developments like this? Because, is it better? Is it worse? Is it about the same? My standards of judging, not being an engineer of this kind, I need a little bit more kind of plain language understanding here.
So I'm putting down on a list of things to provide. Would it help to provide try to see if we can find similar numbers of other developments within the region that have, so that you can see what those numbers are? Or are you just asking for additional clarification?
Let me think about that, because honestly, I don't know. And I don't want to send you down a rabbit hole of finding information that frankly isn't going to affect my opinion. So let me give that just a little bit more thought, but certainly more clarification is necessary. The additional research, let me think about that a little bit and get back to you.
And piggybacking on that, I think what I noticed that the green area, green space goes from a home of 7 acres to a little over 2. And so I think that's what I would like to know is the coverage from the buildings, the coverage from the infrastructure, and then what's left that's actually green space.
Right.
Mark, can you explain, I know this has been explained ad nauseum, and I apologize, but I am so a little confused on the height and how that's going to be measured. Can you walk me through exactly what that means or how it's going to be determined?
Sure. So the central roadway that's being proposed within the development provided us with a measuring point. So using that measuring point, we identified that from that location on that roadway, we would measure up from that roadway for a maximum number of stories and a maximum height from that roadway. So if there is a garage that is underneath it, the measurement comes from that roadway versus trying to give complex, over here it's from this height and over here it's from that height. So by using just that one central roadway, it gave us a key point of measurement to identify that height.
And do we know what height the central road will be?
So the development plan does identify, and there is already a natural change when it goes from east to west. So there is an identification in that, but the central roadway on the preliminary development plan does give a datum of height.
So Mara, this is going to sound like an unrelated question, but it's not. You know, there's that huge flagpole in the
Yes.
middle of this. Do we
Yes.
know what the height of that flagpole
It's
is?
funny that you should ask. Someone else asked me that too. It is
Oh, did you?
135 feet.
Okay. And do we know what the measurement would be from Kirkham? Did you already ask this question too? From Kirkham to the, and the reason I'm asking is, you know, there's a lot of concern about what's the visual reference going to be from Kirkham. And I understand that it's going to be set back and there'll be some buffer from townhouses in the church, but it's really hard given the visualizations for us to understand what that's going to look like and how big it's going to look. The flagpole to me is sitting back, probably about where the buildings are going to be, and it might be a good reference point for some of us to understand what it might look like.
So I can go on to we do have some basic topographical maps. I can identify an approximate topography at mean sea level of where I believe the pole sits. And then we do have that 135 feet that was provided for when it was approved. And I can get you those numbers.
Thank you.
Can't believe it. We come over here and see what kind of questions we have on this side of the table for a while.
Mara, I'm looking at the height again, also section D, and you say that the ARB shall determine appropriate screening. Is that codified somewhere? Is that something we can add more restrictions?
You could add more
here
restrictions.
about visibility from the street?
Well, so yes, we could add additional restrictions. It's been reviewed by the ARB, like when they did the interdisciplinary sciences building at Webster University, and they provided what the visual was and why it needed the screening that it needed, and they required some screening for their equipment on the top of the building. But we could look at what other regulations. You don't want to get too specific, like saying it must be brick.
Right.
But many times it must be of matching materials. We could look at what some other cities might have.
Kind of flexible here, and it would be good if it were defined a little bit more.
I can check on that.
Okay.
Sarah, do you have any questions?
I'm okay for now.
I do have another, what's the current ability of those homes north of Kirkham to build that are identified to be in the floodplain?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
The lots that are north of Kirkham that
Uh-huh.
are in the floodplain, are there restrictions on building? there
Yes.
Now?
Yes, they have to provide a certification that identifies that they will build, there's a percentage that they cannot spend on the property. So for example, if the house there is worth $50,000, they cannot spend more than $25,000 over 10 years. And that's added up over 10 years because FEMA will not allow us to permit them to make major improvements unless they bring all the improvements out of the floodplain. So FEMA has a series of regulations, and then we get audited to ensure that we have not approved permits within floodplain that don't meet those regulations. So it does limit a lot what someone can do. And we've had a few properties that have had some major issues because they can't make the changes. They can't improve their property because of the floodplain regulations from FEMA.
Okay, so essentially you can't remove a home and rebuild a new one.
You could remove the home and rebuild it, but similar to the house that you probably see further down on Kirkham, everyone calls it the house on stilts.
Right.
They had to provide all the equipment. They can't have a basement. It can't go below. It has to all be 1 foot above the flood elevation. So the only thing that could be down on the ground was the garage, and then everything else, all the equipment, the air conditioning unit, everything had to be raised up so that should that property flood, it does not, create the ability that they have to rebuild everything all over again. So you could still build there, but you have to do something like that and be able to, or some properties are deep enough and the floodplain's in the front of their property. So they just push there's one new house on Kirkham. They pushed it all the way to the very back of the lot so that they could build out of the floodplain.
Okay. And this may be a question for Todd, but do we have a triage sort of list on how to mitigate the flooding if we were to not do a no build scenario there?
Should I write it down as a question?
Yeah, you can answer
Okay.
later, but yeah, I would just like to know.
So
There's
basically a
plan.
list for what would you do to improve the flood issues?
Yes.
Right. Based on how it exists and maybe in order of what would be the steps, what would be the low hanging fruit.
Okay.
I've just got one question if I could throw in real quick. Just on the updated traffic study, can you talk a little about the railroad and why it's not mentioned there and why that wouldn't be part of an updated study?
Sure. So, and the applicants will be able to better answer this better because I'm also not a traffic engineer. But the way that the railroad does not have a regular, or that specific railroad does not have a regular pattern of timing, length of trains. There isn't a regular set of service, like Amtrak goes through this many times a day on these specific, timeframes. And because of that, there isn't a way to model it in the way that you would typically think you could model something, like you model traffic of the way things move. So I know the traffic engineer had identified that to the Plan Commission and explained that it's not a standard modeling technique to model a railroad that does not have a standard pattern for how it gets impacted.
We gave train companies a lot of power back in the 1800s, and we don't know how to get it back.
There's a lot of stuff that they.
Well, I guess the other thing about that is I don't think the traffic study really, maybe it did and I missed it, didn't really contemplate, because of the railroad, the number of people that would use Marshall and Oak to avoid stopping at the railroad. And I understand, given how traffic is, that's a limited number of people, but it's also more people probably than would be doing it now. And as far as I can tell, those two streets, traffic on that, the intersections are in the traffic study, but I don't know, maybe I misunderstood or didn't see it. What does it mean for Marshall and Oak?
You know, I really am also concerned about the lack of a traffic study that would include the railroad, because it may not be an ordinary schedule, but those of us who are there and live in that neighborhood know that that train comes through there multiple times a day. Last time I counted 122 cars. And so it comes through multiple times. All it would take is somebody to stand there for one day and try to figure out how many times that train comes through.
Yeah.
You cannot avoid that railroad traffic in a traffic study. And the other thing is all the other neighborhoods, in addition to Oak and in addition to Marshall, what will happen to Elm Avenue? And what will happen in Kirkham as people try to make their way to Berry Road? But there will be a significant traffic impact. And I think as a city, we should do something in terms of a better traffic study.
So Mr. Ray has answered many of those traffic questions. If you all want to start having some of the conversations, and so we know where to dig into more at the appropriate time.
Mara, this is gonna be an unfair question, so I.
Make sure you speak in your microphone.
But, and I'll ask the developer this question as well, but my question is, so this past legislative cycle, the Missouri General Assembly, they thought it incumbent upon themselves to say, hey, if it's in a floodplain, no more tips. And effectively what they're saying is we don't want to pay for developments that could possibly flood. And so I understand that that's the tip element of this, but doesn't that coincide a little bit with this development itself, with the redevelopment of the use of the property? It is a floodplain, and shouldn't we be cognizant of the fact that it is a floodplain, and what we put on that floodplain should be compatible with the land itself? And have we taken that into account, especially given our our General Assembly's own legislative enactment saying, hey, be careful what you do here?
I'm going to probably let the developer answer that question.
No, no, I understand that.
I will tell you that that area floods right now and it needs improvements. In order to do those improvements, to potentially take some of those properties out of the floodplain that are there today, it will require quite a bit of money. And whether that money is done through a TIF in some way or not is something that you all will have to decide. But do know, in order for us to get a parking garage to provide parking for Old Webster a number of years ago, they did identify that there were certain elements and taxes that they wanted to, pull in to create that parking garage. At some point in time, there are certain improvements that do need additional help in order to, make areas better.
And God knows, I'm not saying that the General Assembly is always correct, more times than not they're wrong, but I just found it interesting that they decided to choose this, and TIFs have problems throughout the state. So, and I know we're going into a little bit far-fetched, another public hearing, but I'm just interested in the city's response and the use of the land, and the appropriate use of the land, given that it's a floodplain. Yeah.
So I'm just going to add, maybe to take you off the hook for a second, Mara, as we think about this in the long run, I also want to make sure we're not thinking about just the site, right? Downstream from the site, there's a whole bunch of other land that's in floodplains and other issues. And we don't want to solve one problem and create a worse problem somewhere else as well.
Yes.
And that's not for you to answer. I just know that there's some people that I'm looking at the developer, and I know that he will have something to say on that as well. And so just given the heads up that it is something I'm interested in hearing about.
So I know there was a list that we were given ahead of time of some other additional questions that we've started to answer that you all have some brief answers to, and then you'll probably need more information on that. I have this list that you've given me so far. Anything else for me?
Wait, I'm wondering if Emerson has anything that he wants to ask about or comment about, and Karen, we've not heard from either one of them.
Yes, Mayor, my only comment, I believe that between David and Laura, they asked most of my questions. My only one concern is about, want to make sure I understand it correctly. Traffic signals.
We just missed you, Emerson. You'll have to repeat that question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know my internet is not stable. In the plan, it calls for placing signals, light signals, traffic signals. I guess that's strategically where they're needed to help mitigate traffic in that area. Is that?
So Emerson, Emerson, it was tied to the traffic study recommendations.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I mean, it's just that was addressed in the traffic study for traffic signals where needed.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Karen, do you have any questions that we need to address?
Not at this point.
Okay. All right.
Wait,
Yes.
are we, for now, I have some more if it's.
Oh, go ahead.
So I went back and read through the parking stuff at the Plan Commission as well as what's in here. And I got to tell you, I'm just really confused because you had a number, the developer submitted a number. Those two numbers were about 30%, 35% different. I know it depends on the actual buildings themselves. I worry about us not understanding what that's going to look like until later, because, and I'll be honest, one of the things that I wonder about is that, not that I want to go through all this again once we're finished, but this idea that it goes back to the Plan Commission, but it doesn't come back to us. We're setting pretty broad parameters on a lot of these without studies that I would like to have in making this decision. And this is more of a statement, not a question. So don't feel like you have to answer this question, but I worry about us moving forward without some of these specifics because, you know, once the freight train's moving, it's really hard to stop it. And so that parking differential is one of those examples that I'm not quite sure what to make of it because we're, you know, it's a broad statement here.
So if they were requesting a parking reduction, I would be very concerned about that parking differential.
Okay.
So when we review things and someone says to us, we want to reduce the parking by 15%. And we look at those numbers and we don't think that the 15% is going to work, or we have to identify, is the 15% going to actually cover what they need? Then I get more concerned. When we say you have to meet the code, you have to meet the parking code, it's a pretty straightforward, it's meeting everything. So if you cannot meet the parking code, you can't build the intensity that you're asking for. So that was more why we initially were trying to clarify, you know, how much do we really think can fit on the site? How much do we really think can fit in each structure? And typically, when we were doing things with Webster University, and we were trying to figure out exactly how many parking spaces they needed for major buildings with a new parking garage and what that study was going to be and whether they needed a turn lane, we needed exact numbers. We got it down to the, 798 parking spaces. When it's a bigger development and they say we can meet the parking code, then in most cases, like any other development, if someone comes in and says to me, I'm about to build an urgent care building for you, and I'm going to put this much parking, and I see that it meets the code, it moves forward to Plan Commission as a site development plan, and it moves on its merry way, and it doesn't come back to you. So that was where the numbers were and why we were comfortable with, you've got to meet the code. And if you can't meet the code, then yes, it would have to come back to someone.
Okay, so if I'm going to translate that for myself to make sure I understand, which is you're going to give them the number they need based on the uses that they've submitted to you. They meet that number, they don't meet that number, then they do come back to us because that violates our general agreement.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. All right, I think you have a list of questions. We've been sitting here for an hour and a half. We're probably going to be here for another hour and a half. I'm going to give everybody a 3-minute break, okay? So if you need to run, run. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. All right. Before we hear from the developer, we are going to take a few minutes to understand how the TIF and the development agreement are working and moving in place. And this will help to update the process for those of you who are sticking with us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Eric Peterson, Assistant City Manager, joined tonight by Mark Grimm from Gilmore and Bell, the firm that the city has retained, experienced in TIF and development matters in relation to the TIF ordinances and the development agreement. So speaking on behalf of the city tonight on many different items, again, as the mayor said, we are going to be talking about the TIF ordinances and the development agreement. Members that did watch the last council meeting, for the public, this presentation will look a little familiar, but there are some changes. So I want to start with the TIF ordinances, and as the staff liaison to the TIF Commission, just to recap processes, the TIF Commission has a public hearing scheduled for October 27th at the Rec Center and also be on Zoom. The recommendation to council is scheduled for November 10th. That is the tentative plan. Until council tells us that they don't want to do this, we are moving forward since the commission has been created. I should say until and if council does not want to do this. So we've created a plan because of the change in state law that one of the ordinances, which is the TIF plan and RPA 1, must be adopted by the end of this calendar year. The change that was referenced by Mr. Franklin earlier. That is ordinance 1. Ordinance 2 and 3 are the two other project areas within the overall project. Smaller project areas that would have their first reading alongside of ordinance 1, but passage would not happen until later on, not just this year, but in future years, because once you pass that ordinance, the clock starts ticking on the length of the TIF and the time that we can acquire the increment on those taxes to pay for those improvements to the public infrastructure. So 3 ordinances ultimately, all done and told for the TIF Commission and for the council to consider. Ordinance 1 being the one, I'm using that name for it, ordinance 1 being the TIF plan that must be adopted by the end of this year, should the development move forward. So I want to start with how TIF works, because we've heard a lot about how TIF works and a lot of problems that folks have related. So first of all, there are no current revenues in a TIF plan that are given away. Nothing that the city receives right now goes anywhere. The city continues to receive every dollar it receives right now under the plan of a TIF. There are no checks cut by the city. The city does not just give money to the developer in a check form. We don't take money out of our general fund or out of our savings and such like that. TIF is about the increment. And because it is about the increment, there is no risk to the general fund of the city. This is not a TIF plan is not a risky investment on part of the city. It is still an investment you have to choose if you want to be involved in it, but there is no risk to the city's general fund as we look at TIF. And I want to draw your attention, and for Mr. Smith, you won't be able to see my pointer. I don't know that it won't work on the screen either. But to understand how TIF works, once we enact that ordinance, that is the base assessed value, the purple base that you see on the bottom of that chart. Over the course of a TIF, what goes into the TIF is the increase, that yellow triangle, the incremental assessed value is what goes into the TIF until the end of that TIF. And that is the time that then all those revenues, both the base, which the city is currently receiving, and then the increment would come back into the city and all the other taxing jurisdictions. So to help explain that, we thought we'd lay out this. What goes into TIF and what stays in the taxing jurisdictions. The TIF district only receives 100, and I'm sorry about the Zoom share, but I'll tell you what it says. 100% of the increment of real property taxes in the TIF district. So the increment, again, not the current taxes, the difference between current and what the taxes would be with the bill. And 50% of the increment of the sales taxes, otherwise known as economic activity taxes or EATs, in the TIF, not other sales taxes elsewhere in the city in the TIF, just that from those properties within the TIF. What comes to the taxing jurisdictions under the normal taxing powers that we have right now and that we receive, 100% of all the existing real property taxes in and out of the TIF, and all future taxes outside the TIF for real property taxes. 100% of the commercial surcharge taxes in and out of the TIF, current and future.
What, I can't think what that tax is. What is that tax?
A commercial surcharge, Mark, I'll have you step in and explain it here.
I'm sorry, I don't enunciate well, so I'll remove this. So commercial property pays an extra $1.70 property tax in St. Louis County. It varies from county to county, but commercial property only pays $1.70 more property tax than residential property. Okay.
Okay.
So that's been in the on the statutes for since maybe early 80s.
And that's different
Okay, I'm
from,
sorry.
that's different from the property tax that is included in the TIF. Those are two
Yeah,
separate.
so the TIF does not capture that $1.70 commercial surcharge. And that is distributed to all the taxing districts in the county per a very complicated formula.
Okay.
Okay, so TIF does not capture the $1.70. It captures basically all the other, when we talk about 100% of the incremental property taxes, 100% other than the commercial surcharge. Okay.
Thank you.
And then personal property taxes, the third, is the one item that is the other item that TIF does not capture. So personal property taxes are not captured by TIF. So there will be obviously, should this development move forward, and you can see this in the cost benefit analysis, a large expansion of personal property within this 15 acres compared to what is there now, if these residences are filled and such. So hence an increase in taxes there. So as we go to slide 6, this is from the cost benefit analysis. Now, these are the numbers from development strategies. This is not the city. This is the folks who do this business. This is the revenue impact. The net new revenues during the course of the TIF. So over the 23 years of the 3 different project areas, the city at 2.3, Webster Groves at 5.2, the school district at 5.244, St. Louis County at 11.466, and then the other jurisdictions at 2.4. I want to give you some flavor on that so you know a couple things. And you notice on the bottom, we talk about the Blankenship decision. I'm going to get to the schools in a second because that number is going to change. The city is going to, the school district, first of all, sees a good chunk of that increase from personal property taxes. The school is not a big sales tax component at all. We are the sales tax recipient in this process. The county is getting a good chunk of that money because of the sales tax as well. And obviously that's, I think about half of that money is sales tax for the county. The property tax issues affect the school district. The school that we're getting a revised memo. The school district is affected by the Blankenship decision, which reduced their rate, their tax rate greatly this year. And I'll turn to Neil to make sure I get all this right. But essentially what the Supreme Court said is that many different local jurisdictions had inappropriately put tax rates into place that exceeded voter approved limits. Webster Grove School District is one of those that was identified as such. Therefore, their tax rates had to make a massive reduction, not like ours where the assessed value went up and ours came down a little. These were big jumps. So I expect this 5.244 number, that's the number we have now, but it's going to go down. That number is going to go down. We anticipate probably about 4.8 or 4.9 million. So loss of about 300,000, maybe 400,000. Now these numbers also are built on the 2020 assessed values, 2019 assessed values, not the 2021 assessed values that we just got and went through in the whole Board of Equalization when we talked about our tax rates. So this entire cost benefit analysis will be updated before the public hearing of the TIF Commission so that there are more accurate numbers with the actual assessed value that would be used in the TIF so that the TIF commission can have that information and you can have that information should you want to move forward with the plan. There's a lot in that statement, so I want to stop and let you dive in.
So the net revenues during TIF, so we're talking about roughly $100,000 each fiscal year.
Correct.
And twice that, assuming the adjusted number for the school district.
Yeah, that is correct, yes.
Okay.
This also.
You're on.
This also assumes that there will be enough of a retail component in there to raise that sales tax. If there's not a retail component, you can wipe out a lot of that, correct?
Yeah, that would, yes, I mean, yeah,
I
this is
mean,
built on the retail estimations
It's
that the plan is.
built on retail estimation, so it's important that we hear from the developer about how soon any retail development will occur there, what will go in there before you make that $11 million statement there. You know, there are a couple of properties in that district that are off the tax rolls, including one that's owned by Webster University. And I think, to be fair, we need to also think about what would happen if that property went back on the tax rolls by another person. And I'm getting too complicated here, but that I think impacts also what that baseline might be.
I had the same question. I know there's some nonprofit organizations in that area, so how would that change?
Change the baseline if they were in taxation?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to move on and turn it to our friend Mark. Oops, Mark, I move forward here to talk about the development agreement, and we'll be here to.
I think you skipped ahead one.
This is the next one.
Oh, okay.
I believe it is.
Before Mr. Grimm goes, I want to provide a point of clarification because I think it's important for the people listening. So Mayor, these are not numbers that the city has developed. Those are the numbers that have been provided to us.
Whatever, wherever we got them, they're
I just wanna share
numbers that
where-
I would want to know more about. I don't know whether
Absolutely. I just-
whoever did them.
Thank you.
No, I presume it was somebody else.
But it's a good point that certainly at the public hearing, development strategies will, which prepared the numbers, will make a presentation regarding, the underlying assumptions to those numbers. And then typically when this would come before the council, they would make the same presentation and answer any questions that the council has regarding the underlying assumptions on the numbers. So the development agreement, if the council approves tax increment financing through the adoption of this ordinance number 1 that Eric mentioned, that doesn't confer any rights on the developer. That it approves a redevelopment plan, but the question is that plan going to be implemented? And so any rights would be conferred on the developer only pursuant to a development agreement. Some people call it a redevelopment agreement between the city and the developer. And so it's that agreement that says, if you do this, you will have the right to be reimbursed for a portion of your costs out of TIF revenues. And so the question was raised with Mara earlier about, should such and such be addressed in the redevelopment agreement. And so any requirements that the city has as a condition for moving forward with the project and as a condition for receiving tax financing assistance would be described in the redevelopment agreement. So the redevelopment agreement says, developer, you build the project according to these specifications. And if you do that, then you have the right, if incremental revenues are generated, to be reimbursed for a portion of your infrastructure costs associated with the project. Okay, so that would be pursuant to a separate ordinance, call it Ordinance 4, that the council would need to adopt. Okay. Okay, so the development agreement And we've had this conversation to some extent previously, and we've taken notes each time we talk with you about things to be incorporated into the development agreement. And so it will need to, workforce housing, and I don't need to go through, we will suggest language that we've used with projects in the city of St. Louis and other places about, we've heard what the developers said about, making a unit available to a school teacher. And so, we've talked about 10% of the units being available for various income levels. And so we want to embody that into the redevelopment agreement so that the city council knows, the public knows that in order to get TIF assistance, you've got to fulfill these requirements. And if you don't fulfill these requirements, you don't get this assistance. And so we'll continue making our list of things that are conditions. We recognize that some of you may, and on any project, most of us, if we're going to buy a house, we say, well, I want the house if it has these characteristics. And so folks who are maybe willing to support the project say, well, I may be willing to support the project if I get A, B, C, D out of it. And so we want to hear from you and continue hearing from you about what are the conditions under which the council would be supportive of the project, and we'll embody those into the redevelopment agreement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Eric. And as you keep track of all these.
There's still some more yet. If you want.
Oh.
So just briefly, we did have some of the important questions that you asked that the public have asked as well. So I'll roll through these. The financial impact, Mr. Smith, you asked about this. You all have the questions in there, but this essentially asking for the plan of how the TIF will pay out and new revenues will come in. Obviously, when we have the new baseline assessed values, development strategies will create that plan. And then also the cumulative total, again, net new revenue across is 2.34 plus pool sales taxes, which were not calculated due to the mystery of that formula and trying to nail down that blessed piece of government bureaucracy. Business development question that was asked by Councilmember Blisk. How might this development positively negative impact to business owners? And I assume we mean current business owners and those in the area and such. So generally, this is one of those questions that's real speculative. And Mark and I labored on this. Generally, you look across the empirical data, it's understood to improve business climates, traffic for customers and such. But there is not empirical data that says automatically rents go up or automatically rents go down. It is all speculative, and it would be inappropriate for us to say this is what's going to happen for businesses. City impact, how do we reevaluate needs for the potential additional code enforcement for the foot patrol officer? How are those costs covered if they are needed? Well, one, we don't have anything identified now. We know that. The cost benefit analysis says we'll get about $100,000 in new tax revenues for the city, should all those things come to pass. As this CBA points out, we could dedicate those to those funds. We could also seek to incorporate into the development agreement an annual payment for that, like a mitigation, an escrow fund in those regards. So those types of options, I'm trying to give you some options to think about there. We can do that kind of a question. Councilmember Alexander, you asked about federal resources. We've all heard about Washington struggling with the infrastructure bill right now. There is a load of money in that infrastructure bill, $1.5 trillion in what's called the BIF, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Framework, or the bill. It does include major infrastructure projects. I do want to point out, though, that it's unlike ARP funds, is that this all flows to the state and regions to go through the metropolitan planning organizations. So it's not like Webster Groves is going to see let's go grab that pot of funds. We're going to compete in the process of getting funds once they're allocated for that. I am not an engineer and couldn't tell you the numbers, but I'm going to make a very educated guess, having talked with Mara, that fixing Shady Creek in that area, upstream, downstream, including the culvert at Elm and Kirkham, which we're already investing in, is not only going to exceed the 1.25 we put in for that one culvert, but probably the entirety of our ARP funds as well. Now you can do that. You can put that money into there, but I'm going to guess, having talked with Mara and some others, that our costs are going to be pretty high to get all the floodplain issues fixed there. So But we can have other folks opine on that and give us a better estimate. We were asked about the school district and what other ways, if we don't do this, do they have to make money? Obviously, we will defer to them. They are doing their due diligence. We are talking with them. And I want to be very clear that we are working with them as staff. So if they do have concerns, if there are things they think they need in the development agreement so that they could be supportive, we could bring those to you to include. If they need certain revenue estimates to be met to be able to fund the amount of children that would be added to the district, those types of things. But we are not aware of any other revenue options that they're not using at this point. So workforce housing, extending, Councilwoman Arnold, you asked about this one. What do we do when the TIF is done and extending that? Again, we can at any time do those, dedicate the funding and mission towards workforce housing. We may want to do this again, build a development agreement, a fund for workforce housing, a mitigation or escrow fund. I do think that one of the things that we're going to need from you is really that council consensus on what does that mean? Is it a teacher? Is it, you know, a certain amount of income? What are those things so that we can develop enforceable language and not just all think we know what we mean, but actually have something on, you know, black ink on white paper that points out this is what it means and define that problem you're trying to solve.
Well, and it's also, we're talking about, well, I don't know what the developer's going to say about the terms of workforce housing, but we're potentially talking about that 23 years from now, which makes that a harder target even.
Exactly. We got asked about TIF, Council Member Alexander. If TIF funds go with the land, if we do zoning changes, and I think really your question mentioned number 2 was, if we don't do the floodplain, what do we do in those other smaller scale areas to the south, up higher on the grade? What are their options are possible and feasible? So obviously, if we're going to include the floodplain, December 31st is the deadline because of state law. If the council and if this doesn't happen, the TIF is still an option for all the area not in the floodplain. But again, going back to Mara's conversation, the conversation about funds, often the way now that public infrastructure is getting fixed is through these types of agreements and deals because of the simple upfront cost and the one-time cost and the capital improvements that must be made on those. So it's a decision for council to make.
Well, and what my question was primarily with reference to the zoning was, what have we done or have we considered zoning changes that might give the current business owners or landowners opportunities to develop on a smaller scale? I mean, is the zoning that's in place now something that is preventing that from occurring? I mean, why again, I go back to why we don't have more options.
Sure.
And have we ever considered zoning changes that might give more options?
So it's a great question. I don't know the answer. What I did hear tonight from Mara, and what struck me was the 1987 decision to zone what is currently the PC into PC. And we left it to the market to come to us with those plans, and the market hasn't come.
Wow. So when you say you left it to the market to come to us with those plans,
The city made a zoning, what I heard, and Mara can certainly correct me, is the city zoned the PC to allow for the kinds of units, multi-purpose units to come into that space, whether it be residential, commercial, mixed use and such. But that didn't happen, right? We didn't see the zoning change happen. The city made the zoning change happen without a request for redevelopment, like we're doing now. That makes sense? That's what I'm saying?
That doesn't.
Okay.
I mean,
We'll explain it. We'll get it, yeah. I'll move on for the purpose of time because I know we want to hear from the developer. This is the last question. It's really about the sculpture park. Is it the boundaries of the TIF include the piece of city land that is the sculpture park? Do we want to have the sculpture park out of the TIF and the rezoning? The reality is the most advantageous way to do this now that we're well into the process is simply to build in that you don't get to touch anything about the sculpture park without us agreeing to it. So it's, that's, I don't call it a simple provision, but it's a relatively simple provision to put into the development agreement that the sculpture park is the city's property and nothing's going to happen without the city's permission on that property. So that was our staff response on that. So there I will say, now we're done, Mayor, and you can move on or ask us more questions.
I think given the hour, we should try to move on. Thank you very, very much, Eric and Mark. We appreciate your work. But I think given that it's 9:30, we might, and we have yet to hear from the developer and all the questions that we have for him. So, Mr. Chapman, you can come forward, please.
Thank you all very much. My name is Larry Chapman. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. We did answer the questions that came over in this long list of paper, and they're all written down, and we're going to share those rather than just go through them one at a time. What we'd like to do is give these to you, email them to wherever you want them, Eric, I assume to you, and you can disseminate that information where you like. You may have questions tonight, but what I do want to do is put Carrie Balkenrath from the traffic consultant and George Stock from our civil engineer up here in a minute. But I also would like to just say a couple of things, because as we continue down this process, should you go to the next slide, please? Excuse me, don't know what happened to my voice. It's usually pretty much there. I think one of the things we want to do is, you know, we continue to research this every day. And as we do it, we keep finding out new information. And I just want to make sure we continue to remind people why we think this is such a good idea. And I think it is such a good idea to do something like this. And so if you would jump to the next slide, please, Eric, or that'd be great.
That one?
That's perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. I think one of the things that we found out is, you know, you're going to generate new sources of tax revenue and additional funding for the city. And I do want to say something. Someone asked about the assessed value question. My understanding of the rules isn't that they fix the taxes that you're getting. It's that they fix the assessed value that's there, and whatever the taxes are on that, you'd have to pay. So if there's an assessed value on the university property, which I'm pretty sure there is, because that's what the assessor does, we would have to pay, overcome that, and that revenue would flow to the school district, even though they don't pay it right now. And Mark, you can go check that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So anything that's got an assessed value is what's frozen, not the amount of the taxes. So that would effectively overcome that question. You know, we will generate not only more taxes, but diversify its tax base and reduce its dependency on property taxes. There's a lot of taxes that aren't in that analysis, like utility taxes, things like that will flow through to you that will be helpful. And also just population increase. You'll take a bigger share of the county sales tax pool. It's very hard to calculate, but it could be several $100,000s a year. We'll increase the diversity of the residents and housing options. We'll focus on walkability. And a big part of this project isn't the buildings. It's all of the public improvements that are there to create the pedestrian experience that I think are super important. And then we'll improve Shady Creek, and George will talk about that. And we'll create amenities for all the residents and visitors to enjoy. And I think if the history of Webster Grove shows us anything, one of the things I keep hearing is that we have high taxes and we have empty storefronts, we have things like that. And the reason is we just haven't seen any growth in 40 years. Can you put up a slide? This is something I found really, really interesting. Go to the next slide, please. So this is the population curve for Webster Groves. We went back to 1900 and we had about 2,500 people back then. From 1990 to 1960, we grew at 4.5% a year to over 29,000 people. And then between 1960 and 1980, we dropped more than 6,000 people to below 23,000, which is where we are today. It hasn't really changed at all. And what's interesting is during the growth years, 1900 to 1960, that's when all the robust development occurs. And what we're seeing is all the buildings that we consider gemstones were pretty much all built in that period of time. And so that tells you that growth is a really important factor to the future of a city. And we have to, I think, find ways to encourage that in some way, shape, and form. There was a little bit of development in the 70s and 80s, but as the population dwindled, what you hear is rising taxes, empty storefronts, and struggling businesses. Sure, there are a few success stories, but nothing like the boom years up to 1960. So we need to find a way to grow the population base and the tax base as well.
Can I stop you there?
Yes, sir.
Why do we need to grow I guess that's what this is I think a fundamental question of suburban communities throughout the nation. why is it the responsibility of the city to grow the population? And more importantly, isn't there something to be said about stability? I mean,
Well-
what I look at that graph is from 1980 onward is stability.
Well, but the other way you could look at it, and I frankly look at it this way, is during that period of time and going into the future, the cost to provide city services will go up. And if you don't diversify how you pay for it, you're just saying everybody in your town, you just have to write a bigger check every year. And that's part of the equation. If you agree that's the right thing to do, then yeah, maybe you don't want it.
Absolutely. And I agree that, I mean, I think that in this region, we will tax our citizens to death
Yeah.
if we don't do something. But
Right.
I think it's also a regional thing too, that we have, I mean, despite Better Together's flaws, I mean, they demonstrated the waste that we have throughout this region. And I also question, like, we are looking at Webster Groves in a silo. In St. Louis County, if you look at that graph, probably has continued to rise.
But nowhere near the 3% you really need to sustain yourself. And we lag in comparison to the rest of the country, except for a few neighborhoods. Once upon a time, that was Webster Groves, is all I'm saying. And yeah, it can all be debated. I'm just saying this is what's going on. And I think we can fix it and fix it pretty easily. You know, if we really get 1,500 people in Douglas Hill, it would take 4 Douglas Hills to get to the population of 1960. Now, you may not want that, but I don't think density is the problem that we're talking about. Anyway, that's obviously my opinion and something that I think is important for the community to think about. But I think there's some other questions you want to get to. So I'd like to move on. And can we get Carrie Falkenrath on? She's our traffic engineer. And I'd like her to address you all, and then you ask questions of our traffic engineer, if that's okay.
All right, Gary,
Where is she?
try that again. Oh, can't hear you, Carrie.
How about now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I apologize for the spooky ambiance. I am actually in a car. So I want to try to keep this brief, but talk a little bit about traffic. Obviously, there are some very big questions that are lingering out there. I want to start by saying I'm a Webster Groves resident, and I've had the pleasure of living a block off of Rock Hill Road for over 20 years, both north of Kirkham and south of Big Bend, over 10 years each. So I'm very familiar with this area. I actually lobbied hard for this project with Green Street because I knew it was coming into my town. So first thing I want to say is we are obviously and always following standard engineering principles. We are doing everything by the book, and there's a lot of reasons to that, but one of the big ones is liability. If I were to analyze something in a non-standard format, it could lead to different decisions down the road that I and anybody that implements them becomes liable for. So that's one of the big reasons that we use standard engineering methodology. So now I want to talk about the big elephant, which is the railroad, and everyone has questions about that. And Mara was correct earlier in saying there is not a standard methodology to analyze and evaluate something that does not have a regular recurring peak that can be quantified. So not only do we not have a regular peak, we don't know how long those crossings are every given time. I will say that the standard engineering methodology, what we look at is the AM and PM peak periods of traffic movement, traffic congestion on the roadways. Those are always our kind of our analysis scenarios, because obviously those are our regular high peaks. Now, what we don't look at are irregular high peaks, things like Black Friday, things like events, concerts. And if you go to, say, a concert at Riverport, this is obvious. The reason we don't look at those and the reason we don't evaluate those is because if we design to that sort of analysis, our roads are 95% of the time are overbuilt, which means we are paying to build them, we are taking land, we are buying right of way, we are paying to maintain them for something way bigger than we need. So just like you wouldn't build parking for Black Friday and you wouldn't build stormwater for your peak flows, we also don't build roadways for our peak flows. So that is why this is not a standard methodology and one that we did not follow. If we were to do that, who knows what we might find out. Rock Hill might need 3 lanes or 4 lanes or turning lanes at the intersections or things like that, that would only be used in case of a very long train. So that's where that's coming from. And I stand by the fact that if we might want to talk about railroads from a standpoint of people who live in the area, know that they cause delay, but we don't want to make them part of our analysis, and from a professional opinion and from a resident's opinion, because I don't want to pay for 3 lanes of traffic on Rock Hill if that's not something we need. One thing we do take into consideration, though, is the surrounding network. And can that network accommodate things like the peak flows? And in this case, it can, because we have excess capacity on Kirkham and we have excess capacity on Elm, which provides an underpass, a grade separated crossing of the railroad. So as someone who's always lived on Rock Hill, I'm kind of always surprised when people get really upset about train crossings, because as a frequent traveler myself, I know that if I'm pressed for time, I make sure I take Elm because you never know when there's going to be a train there. But that's my personal take on that. So that is where we're coming from with the railroads. We can, of course, we could put someone out there with a stopwatch. We could find out how often they're crossing, how many times that week that would overlap with our PM peak period, because remember, that is the only time we are analyzing, AM and PM. So that's really what we're looking at. So we'd want to know when trains cross only during those hours and how long they spent crossing. So that's one side of it. I do understand the comments and the questions about traffic diversions via Oak and via Marshall. From the Oak standpoint, you cannot divert around the railroad tracks on Oak. The best you can do is make a U-turn. So I don't see that personally as being a high demand diversion, because it doesn't give you an alternate path. It only allows you to turn around. I don't see, as someone on the roads, I don't see that happening a lot. I do know that Marshall is sometimes used for diversion, especially because it connects to Elm. I do think that we as a project team can look at different options to discourage cut through traffic in general on Marshall, because it's already happening. There are lots of different ways to do that, and that's definitely something that we could talk about down the road, or even now. So that's the railroad side of things, and that comes into play when we analyze the existing network, which is what we have to do, is look at the existing network so that we can layer in our projections for the future. And I am trying to make this fast, I promise, but it's really complicated. So our existing network, we did collect volumes as soon as we could, knowing we needed them, knowing we needed to start a study. It was during COVID. I promise I did as much due diligence as I could to try to find some sort of patterns, some sort of percentages, anything we could hang our hat on, or as much as we could hang our hat on, to inflate those COVID numbers to what we thought would be relatively close non-COVID numbers. I talked to the DOT, I talked to the county, I talked to neighboring municipalities. There's not a whole lot of rhyme or reason. The developer has committed to, when we feel that we are closer to the development and we are closer to post-COVID traffic volumes, we will go out and get new counts and we will revise that analysis. So that is another thing we're looking at. There was also a question earlier about the signals. The comment in the notes in our traffic study were that potentially just looking at existing, and again, we're using those estimated existing non-COVID, that Rock Hill at Kirkham and Rock Hill at Lockwood currently meet signal warrants. So signals are currently warranted potentially at those 2 locations. And that's, I think, where the signal requirement arose from. Mr. Smith, I know you asked that question. So that is something we can also talk more about and revisit as we redo the analysis and tighten things up. So that's the network and the existing operations side of it. And then what we do is we look at the existing operations, we layer in projections for this development. I, again, have used standard engineering methodologies to generate future volumes based on the mix of developments. We consistently, as that mix changes, those projections are revised. So that is one part of the future traffic. The other part is that we look at current travel patterns and try to get an estimate of what direction that cars are coming from and going to. So this is an important point I want to make. When someone looks at 700 vehicles or 700 units and they assume that there's going to be 2 to 3 cars per unit, and then you hear, the next thing I hear is there's going to be 2,100 cars on the road. Well, we're looking at AM and PM peak. So not every car from every unit is going to be on the road during that AM or during that PM peak hour. That is not going to happen just based on our standard engineering methodologies. So it's a portion of traffic, or a portion of vehicles from that development. And these are published guidelines, published ratios that we use. And then that portion of traffic, not only is it a portion of traffic from the development, but then that portion gets distributed to and from different directions. So I'm just going to say there's 500 vehicles in the PM peak hour generated by this development. Relatively 60% of them are heading away from the or towards the development, sorry, in the PM peak hour, and 40% are heading away. So now you've already distributed all that traffic into two directions on your roadway. So they're not all waiting in one line to go one direction. We are in a great location here in Webster Groves because you have easy access to north, south, east, west, and northeast, southeast, southwest. So next thing we looked at is the incoming and outcoming traffic. Not only are they dispersed by direction, they're then dispersed by direction of origin and destination. So we have 20 to 30% of traffic coming in from the, via Kirkham. We have some coming in from Rock Hill. We have some coming in from Elm. And, it's spread out from some from Lockwood. And that's all in the document. But that's all that traffic then gets very dispersed as far as what road it's on, what direction it's traveling to and from the development. And I'll reiterate that although we do know Rock Hill is very close to capacity currently, Kirkham and Elm and even Kirkham and Elm have a lot of excess capacity. Gore even has some capacity. So that is kind of how we put everything together to look at the current and the future traffic operations. As we noted in the analysis so far, this is going to be revised as we move along, but we are going to work closely with the city on what the city wants to see as mitigation in response to what we see as hotspot areas. One more quick note I want to make. One of the things we looked at when we did the trip projections, again, all those standard ratios and numbers, one thing we didn't do in an effort to keep this for now very conservative, there's already traffic, as we know, to and from the development area. That would technically be removed from, the traffic coming in and out currently would not be coming in and out a good portion of it in the future. So that it should actually be, our future projections should take those numbers out, and we didn't do that. They should also take into account trips that originate and are destined within the development. So someone that's coming for office may be also someone that's going to the restaurant. And rather than 2 new trips, that's just 1 trip. We did not also take those into consideration. Again, so we're conservative. And the third point is that in a mixed use development like this, we would have mixed trips. We would have some additional pedestrian trips, bicycle trips, as we already see to and from Old Webster Commercial District. And we didn't take any of those into account, and all of those would reduce those projections somewhat. So as you can see, we were trying to be conservative. We were trying to do the best we can with the numbers, and we are definitely following standard methodologies. I'm gonna leave it there. I think it's getting darker on me.
Does anybody have a question for Carrie?
I do. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that. You got a whole lot in a short amount of time. So that we're grateful at 9:45 at night for that. My question is about the revised or updated traffic study. And
I'm sorry, I think I didn't hear the end of that question. I heard updated revised traffic study and it cut out after that.
I don't know if they're frozen or not. Carrie, can you hear me? This is Emerson Smith.
Emerson, this is George Stock. I can hear you, but nobody else.
Oh, now's the time to get our point across.
You and I. That's the truth. Where'd everybody go?
It looked like they moved on. Let me let them know we can't hear. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Carrie.
I got, there we are.
Emerson, something was going on with your system causing that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, now it seems to be fine.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that, the last question.
I didn't even get to ask it because everything went haywire. So the question is, you're going to update the traffic study as planning proceeds. My question is, I guess you're assuming there's not going to be too much change since we can accommodate anything that we need to change in traffic mitigation once we have the new numbers. I mean, you said turn lanes, things like that. The current plan doesn't have anything like it in there or provide any space for such a thing. So is the assumption that there'll just be very minimal changes to this that might say, make the Gore and Lockwood intersection, which is like a C now, maybe something different? I guess I'm trying to figure out how you can account for changes that we don't know what's going to be necessary.
That's a great question, actually. And I suspect, although I don't have clarification, I suspect the reason that the signals, as Emerson noted earlier, that the signals have been included as a requirement is because if we if they add signals to those two intersections on Rock Hill, that will quadruple our capacity of that roadway. It'll just really open it up, and signals are, we have so much flexibility to be able to really program them to accommodate the flows that are out there, that we will kind of be able to, if those are installed, we'll be able to accommodate just about anything that's moving through the area. And I'm totally speaking off the top of my head right now because I haven't analyzed signals, but we would probably keep them very close to the existing level of service at those intersections.
Are there any other questions for Carrie? All right, Carrie, thank you very, very much for being with us this evening, and we're going to toss this back to Mr. Chapman.
Yeah, and I'd like to say couple little quickie things about that. When I think about the train issue, and I'm happy to count traffic and trains and delays. I mean, if you'd like it, I'm not sure what to tell you, but we're happy to do it. I always think about how do you mitigate that? And there's really two ways, right? One is you don't cross train tracks. So I looked into that. I said, what could I do? Well, I figured out how to go under those tracks for about $45 million. Economically not feasible. And also I learned from Carrie that when we push them through fast, they just stop right down the street of Manchester. So we just moved the problem a little bit further. The other thing I think about is, isn't there a way to let traffic know not to get on Rock Hill or Gore, but to get to Elm? And I think the technology is there that we could put signals on Lockwood and or Rock Hill, maybe up by Gore and or Rock Hill further away and inside, that tells you, hey, there's a train coming, don't turn and stop. Because if you get to Elm, there's plenty of capacity on everything that she says. And I think those are interesting things to think about, and I think they would be good things to do. So I just wanted to say that out loud.
That technology absolutely exists.
What, George?
Yep, and I would now, if we're done, I would have George get on, talk about flowing Shady Creek. George, out there, thank you for hanging with us.
I'm here, Larry. Yep, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'm George Stock with Stock and Associates Consulting Engineers, and I'm happy to be part of the Douglas Hill team with Larry, Carrie, and all the other professionals. A little bit about stormwater. I was part of the discussion and the presentation by Mara, and there's really two components. There's the Shady Creek, and then there's the site itself. And both are treated different from each other. So Shady Creek, we started studying Shady Creek more than a year ago. Started with a walk over the creek with the Corps of Engineers before Thanksgiving in 2020. And then it was a lot of research with the State Emergency Management Agency as well as FEMA. The State Emergency Management Agency was a little bit easier for us to get a hold of. FEMA's out of Kansas City, so a little bit more difficult. But what we were able to do was obtain two existing flood models on Shady Creek. And those models go way upstream of Rock Hill and way downstream of Gore. I mean, several thousand feet, if not a mile. So we have a lot of data. Now there is a difference. There is a distinct difference between FEMA's model and SEMA's. FEMA, which we call the more conservative one, which is the one we used in our study, has a much higher flow. They use data on rainfall events that go back 70 years. They call it Bulletin 70. SEMA has some newer hydrology, and while they're very confident, the difference in the 100-year flood, and I'm just going to talk about a rate of flow, under the 100-year under FEMA, it's 3,460 cubic feet per second coming through Shady Creek. SEMA says that number is 1,260 CFS. So for those of you that have read the report, you see that mentioned in the report. As I indicated, we use the 3,460 CFS. So the first thing we do is we take that model and then we run it in our software called HEC-RAS, and we duplicate the effective model to just make sure that things check, that we're finding the elevations. And then we create an existing conditions model, which is based off a lot of survey data. So we have surveyors out there and we do topography of the creek itself, Kirkham, the culverts, the bridge underneath Rock Hill, the culvert underneath Gore. And then we create an existing conditions and establish what the 100-year elevations are. And they're a little bit different than what FEMA publishes. And then we simulate that modeling our proposed conditions. So obviously the Douglas Hill. And obviously our goal is to not create an adverse impact upstream through the site or downstream through the site. And so what we were able to do through the studies over the several months was be able to determine that the existing arch bridge under Gore is too small. And so what it does is it creates a constraint, and the water ultimately ends up downstream, but unfortunately much of it's flowing down Kirkham because it can't get through the culvert. So one of the prescribed improvements that we've identified is replacing that arch bridge system underneath Gore with an 11 by 16 foot box culvert. And what happens is the water elevations from Gore, between Gore and Rock Hill, drop as much as 1.88 feet. And that's a positive. So more of the water is staying within the creek. It's still being conveyed downstream. You're not increasing the amount of water. You're not increasing the height of water downstream. What you're doing is you're reducing the height of the overland flow on Kirkham. We're not eliminating it from Kirkham, but we're lowering it. Is there a benefit to properties to the north? Well, there certainly is. They're not huge, but as was mentioned by Mara, a recent house was constructed on stilts, and it had to be constructed on stilts to a certain elevation to be 1 foot higher than the 100-year. As we go through this process of a floodplain study, we are proposing to modify the flood elevations. And as Mara mentioned, it's being reviewed by the city of Webster Groves. It has been reviewed by the Metropolitan St. Louis Sewer District. And generally what the Metropolitan St. Louis Sewer District has said is, we agree with your methodology. We agree with your improvement. City of Webster Groves is the floodplain manager. Once they give their concurrence, we'll give our concurrence. And then I think Mara spoke a little bit about that process. So since City of Webster Groves is the floodplain manager, they actually execute the application that we would prepare along with the stormwater report. And we forward that on to FEMA. And we forward it on as a conditional letter of map revision. And it's reviewed by FEMA. It'll be reviewed by SEMA. And basically they'll say, based on the improvements that are being done in the creek, which is some rechannelization, some revegetation, some sedimentation pools, some modular retaining walls, and then the replacement of the bridge, there's an overall improvement with the 100-year water elevations going through the site. And so that's how we manage Shady Creek and improve it. Now, relative to the site, and again, our site is small in the watershed. It's not a big component to the watershed, but it is a part of the watershed. And today there is no stormwater management facilities. So a drop of water that comes down, hits the roof, hits the parking lot, immediately, well, not immediately, there is a certain time of concentration, but pretty quickly it's getting to the creek. And it's contributing to that 3,460 CFS that I mentioned that's in the model. That's a smaller percentage. But through the redevelopment and the requirements of the city of Webster Groves and the Metropolitan St. Louis Sewer District, what we'll be doing is several things. One, we will be attenuating. I mean, that's kind of old methodology where you just have a conventional detention base and then you control the rate of runoff. Over the years, the last 10 years, the Metropolitan St. Louis Sewer District has adopted many techniques for managing stormwater, from the smallest of a storm, which is a 2-year storm event, or even a 1-year storm event, up to a 100-year. And what you see and what we see, we all live in this community, is we see these high intensity, short duration storms. I call them frog chokers, where the rain comes so hard in such a short period of time. And in the case of our development, it immediately gets to the creek. So our system, and I heard Mara talk a little bit about the underground under the pavement, that's just one component. So the buildings will have green roofs, and those green roofs will provide two components. They'll provide water quality, removing phosphorus, nitrogen, pollutants, suspended solids. And they will also create volume reduction. And volume reduction is important because that is actually keeping the water on the site or mimicking the pre-developed hydrology of the site when it was agriculture was just prairie grass, before it was developed. And that is collected on the roof. And then from the roof, it goes to underground storm system. And that system can be box culverts, it could be pipe, it could be storm trap. There's a number of different systems, but we've allocated locations underneath the street in order to store that water. And then so we're storing it for the 2-year storm, all the storms between a 2-year 24-hour event up to a 100-year 24-hour event. So that's 7.2 inches of rainwater that we're holding and we're releasing it at a slow rate. The one component that you hear about, it's called channel protection volume. And channel protection volume is the one that really benefits Shady Creek. It is the one that controls the erosive velocities that come out of the discharge pipe. Because basically what it does is it takes a 1-year storm, which is 2.5 inches of rain, which you've all heard that, oh my goodness, on Thursday afternoon, it was 100 degrees and we got 15 minutes, we got 2 inches of rainfall. That storm is held on site in these underground vaults and released over a 48-hour period of time. So if you think about that and you think about the flash floods you get, 4 o'clock, the flash flood comes up, Kirkland's underwater for 15 minutes, and all of a sudden it's gone after about 30 minutes. Well, 38.5 hours later, that water that was on our site is now being finally released, the last drop into Shady Creek, well after the creek has peaked. So we're very confident in our plan. We're very confident in the regulatory requirements that exist today to be applied under a redevelopment of this property, that we will be doing a substantial improvement for the area of the development from what exists today. The modeling that we did in the flood study does go downstream, as I mentioned, it does go upstream. It demonstrates that nobody's water elevations are being elevated. We have had some observations about downstream, and I think that was one of the questions that was asked of us, is about the overgrowth in the creek. That even exists on the site, and that was one of the things the Corps of Engineers saw when Larry and I and Amanda, and there were several others from the Corps that walked the creek, is there's invasive species within the creek. Invasive species, what do? They basically collect debris. Debris creates blockage of the stormwater, and you don't have effective stormwater, you have water backing up. So one of the suggestions was, should the whole creek holistically be looked at? And it can, but again, some of that, just clearing it, whose property is it? You have the right to do it. Environmentally, there's things within these creeks called the wetted perimeter or the jurisdictional waters that you're not really allowed to impact without a Corps permit. So I think we've been very diligent over the last, more than a year, studying the creek, doing the hydraulic analysis, having communication with the Corps of Engineers. And while we haven't made the formal application with the Corps yet, they know it's coming. We had the pre-application meeting, and really it's to get the hydraulics and the hydrology, concurrence from both the city of Webster Groves and the Metropolitan St. Louis Sewer District. So we move that forward to the federal level, both at the federal emergency on the stormwater and on the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers relative to our permitting of the creek. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Hopefully that, everything I heard tonight, hopefully I covered that.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. Does someone have a question for him?
I just would like to clarify my understanding that you're saying you will have your own water retention system on site to hold the water, the runoff from your site, and it will stay there and then slowly be released over a 36 to 48-hour time period?
Yeah, well, that's one particular, so the first thing we'll do, so we have the 1.14, the 90th percentile storm, the 1.14 inch of rain, that is put through a system of infiltration, evaporation, and that is left on site. That theoretically does not leave the site. The rainfall events greater than that, up to 7.2 inches, which is the 100-year storm, those are stored on site and released over a 24-hour period, with the exception of what we call the 1-year storm. The 2.5 inch rainfall event, that is actually attenuated and stored for a period of up to 48 hours before it's released. The whole idea behind it is to let the peak of the storm go through the creek, and then our water is released at the rate, the pre-developed rate. And and then lag several hours after the storm is gone. So, but it's a three-part system. So it's green roofs, it's porous pavement, porous pavers, and then ultimately after it goes through the roof or it goes under the pavers, it ends up in the underground storage collection system where it's metered out into Shady Creek.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Stack, how much would the underground storage system, what was the capacity of that?
I think, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but I believe it's 124,000 cubic feet of storage. So 124,000 times 7.5 would give you the idea of the amount of gallons of storage.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you very, very much, Mr. Stock. And you probably have a fewer questions because of the hour. So anyhow, I'm going to throw this back to Mr. Chapman.
And let me just say, there were some written questions. He's responded to those. We're gonna give you those as well. So if there's something you're missing, he's always available. So if you have more, we'll get them back and we'll have them available to respond to you. So we want to make sure your questions are answered in full. There's a couple of more bigger areas that were on the list of questions, and one of them related to dealing with the property owners. And I want to talk about that briefly because I have talked to all of them over a period of time now. We started this process right around 1.5 years ago, and so it's possible that a handful of people haven't been talked to in a year. But the long and the short of it is, when I met with all these folks last year, the vast majority of them had a lot of doubt whether this would go forward. And mostly they said, hey, would you, we'll sit down with you when we know this is a real project, because no one wants to spend time on lawyers. No one wants to sit around trying to agree to terms. And at the same time, until I have some idea of a schedule and what might be approved by the city, I can't talk to them about timing. The first thing somebody says is, okay, you're going to buy my property. When are you going to buy my property? How much are you going to pay for my property? Those are all things that are kind of chicken and eggy with all of our situation here. I've restarted reaching out to all of them again. And I've re-asked all of them, to the extent they'd like to give me a number that they would be comfortable with. That would be great too. A few of them have. A lot of them said, we'll wait and see. And so I'm pretty comfortable that we're dealing with all the property owners in a fair way. Now, there are some other businesses out there, and businesses aren't always property owners. A lot of times they're tenants. So if the property owner gives me permission to talk to their tenant, I've talked to them. But I'm not going to talk to a tenant of a property owner if they haven't given me permission, or that business hasn't called me. A handful of businesses have called me directly. I've sat down with them. I've told them what's going on as best I can. But none of these property owners would appreciate it if I start talking to their tenants. I can guarantee you that. And that would be a really bad move on my part. So I just wanted to say that. If you'd like to be part of any meetings with them, I'm happy to do it. But I am reaching out to all of them again. I met with the gym center again this week, meeting with Rolling Ridge again tomorrow. We'll just systematically go through the whole group. The other thing that was a bigger one talking about was this workforce housing. If you'd like to hear a little bit, we've got Joel Oliver from our team to chat about it briefly. And again, there are other more detailed questions in here that we've answered in full. So you'll have that as well. But Joel, if you'd like to address the group, that would be great.
Hello, good evening. Happy to be here as an almost 17-year resident of Webster. I work for Green Street, like Larry said, the G and the SG Collaborative. As a resident and what I do professionally, was really excited when we had all of these conversations with the community. And one of the 6 things that came out of that was that the community wanted more diverse housing options. But then that were, units that were affordable to people who had a lower income than the average and people who had a higher income than the average, or that continuum. The reason that excited me is that's what I do every day. Green Street is pretty unique in what we do, and that we do workforce housing projects all over the country. And the hallmark of those is having a mix of housing. We don't like to do projects where it's all one or all of the other. So when we heard the community say that here, we didn't have to say to ourselves, how in the world do we figure this out? We've worked with a lot of really smart people in lots of different industries to know the best practices, how to do that. What's tricky is it's a little different concept than even people in the multifamily industry are used to. So we choose to use words and concepts to try to convey meanings. Mark did a great job when he said, where that's all going to be documented on paper is in the development agreement. So the words that are very specific in the development agreement really aren't necessarily digestible to the normal population. For instance, the measure we use and what we've always used And every iteration of this is the area median income. It's a kind of complicated concept for the general population. It just so happens that in Webster, what a starting teacher makes correlates very closely to what that measure is. So when you say 80% of area median income, to most people, they go, I don't even know what that means. But people go, oh, I understand what a starting school teacher makes. So in those communications, we've tried to do it in a way that really makes sense, but it's absolutely kind of documented in that space. So 10% of the units is what we've committed to from day one. That's 10% of the total units. So that's take the rental units, take the townhouses, take the condos, whatever that number is, 10% of those will hit that threshold of attainable housing is what we call it. It's not easy, obviously, to do home ownership options on the site because we're not building very many traditional houses. So we've worked with multiple nonprofit groups, Rebuild STL Together, which is a Webster organization, Habitat for Humanity. We've had conversations with these groups of how do we work together to provide home ownership options in other parts of Webster where that makes sense. Home ownership in an affordable environment is a hard concept. Habitat, as an example, does a great job, but a lot of people don't do it because it's really tricky. So those units are mixed throughout the buildings, throughout the floors. There's not a workforce unit and a market rate unit that look different. There's no designation. Any unit could be either of those mixed throughout the buildings. So I think that hit most of the concepts. There's more detailed answers in writing that we're happy to answer. The other question we've gotten is kind of what those levels are. You know, in our minds, a 1-bedroom unit for one person would be less than $1,000. So a studio unit would be less than that. A 2 or 3-bedroom unit would be more than that. Kind of as a benchmark in your mind, that's roughly where we would be. Happy to answer any other questions, though. I know it's late.
Can you put a time guarantee on that? So for example, the workforce housing program would last for 20 years?
Yeah, so every project we've done, it looks different. And it's, once again, it's really part of that development agreement. It's wherever we end up. You know, if we say the TIF's a 23-year TIF, that's what we want it to be. Want it to be more, want it to be less, whatever it's tied to, that's absolutely, that's collectively between us and the city, for sure.
Is there I mean, I know you do this in other areas. Is there a standard that?
We have not, no, we haven't. Every single one of these that we have done and are working on, it's been different because every city has a different objective. You know, what's funny is some cities don't really want this. They say, oh, we don't want that. You know, Webster is really progressive in that we say, we want younger people right out of college, or we want people who are a school teacher or somebody who's on a fixed income because they've retired to be able to still be part of the community, which as a resident makes me really happy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
I know it's getting late and I don't want to keep going on. I'll keep answering questions. There is one more thing I would like to just talk about briefly, just in generalities. And you know, there's obviously been a lot of negative stuff in the paper and with regard to the development. And there's quite a few conversations I've had with neighbors and friends that are completely different than that. And so it was kind of baffling to me that all of that. And I sat down with Phil and we asked ourselves, you know, is this something the city of Webster Groves really wants? Is this the preponderance of the population really want something like this? You don't really hear from people very often. The people who have a real reason to come up and say things, usually the negative side will be very, very loud, but the others not so much. So what we decided to do is engage a professional polling company to find out really what the heck is going on, because we wanted to know. And so we set them loose and they did their work. And I will tell you that one of the reasons we're even still here is because the results were suggesting that this is something we should continue to work on doing. And so a couple of things that we learned, and we'll jump right to the last slide in just a second, but you know, we did not give them any instructions. We were very clear that when they went out, they had to recite all of the negative things we were hearing as well as the positive things we were saying. And we wanted them to do that in a truly scientifically rigorous approach. And what the data we've got suggests we've got a 95% level of confidence, which is pretty normal. Go to the next slide. The other thing that we learned is that the results were pretty much evenly distributed across the entire area of Webster Groves. It wasn't concentrated happy here and unhappy over there. It was pretty much the same in the 4 quadrants that they broke it up into. And the more people learn about the project, we're learning that they tend to like it more. And so, you know, there's a quarter of the population that's strongly either for or strongly against, but the rest are kind of somewhere in between. And so we have to just let them know exactly what's going on. And overall, there's about a 16-point margin in favor. If you go to the last slide, and this is the basic slide that is the end of our results. And so as long as we're seeing that, and as long as we're doing a good job communicating, and we're going to try and do a better job communicating, because I do think it's the absolute right thing to do for the community. I can't find a single professional urban planner who would tell me this is not the right thing to do. I just haven't been able to find one. In fact, they're all excited about, can we really do something this in St. Louis? And the other thing I would suggest to you is that if you're thinking about the future of the city, there's really two ways to do it. One, you could do something similar to what Dublin, Ohio did, where the city decided to take its area very similar to this, and they invested in all the infrastructure, and they did all the work, and they floated a bond issue, and then they decided to let the developers in, which is a perfectly good approach. But you have to put your treasury at risk. You have to do a lot of things that cities don't like to do. Or you use economic development tools, and they're tools. They're not good, they're bad. Properly used tools are good things. And you entice somebody to come in and put their money at risk and put their skill set at risk to make something happen that the city isn't comfortable doing. And then if they're able to be successful, they get to recover a good percentage of their costs needed to do it. And all these costs are infrastructure costs. When you drill down on it, the redevelopment agreement is going to say all these things. It's only used for certain kinds of costs. It's not going to pay for a single building. It's only going to pay for the underlying infrastructure and the public improvements that are needed to set the stage for this development to occur. So I did want to say that. And if you've got any other questions for me tonight, I'm going to leave you with my copies of the typed questions, and then we'll email those to Eric, and he can distribute them. And as I understand it, there's a lot of other questions I think with your staff and our grade out. So it's all kind of intermingled. But probably do is with you, sir. You can pass them around and put it on our website or somewhere for the rest of the public in the not too distant future.
Well, maybe some of the council have questions for you.
You'll have all the questions.
Mr.
We are here
Chapman.
whenever you want. I'm just trying to be responsive.
Thank you. If someone has a question that they'd like to ask Mr. Chapman while he's here.
When we were looking at the presentation earlier with Mara, and there was a mention, I think, of the 700 potential units for the residential unit. And I don't want to misstate this, but if for whatever reason, one of the commercial buildings weren't done or occupied as anticipated, then that would increase the number of residential units from 700 to 9. But I think that's the first time we've seen or heard that. I mean, so where is the thought process coming in wherein the commercial buildings may be at risk of not being built as anticipated, resulting in an even higher increase in density of residential?
So it's not the commercial buildings, it's the office component. We're either going to be successful and build a robust office building or we're not. The amount of commercial, retail, things like that won't change under any scenario. So this is regarding the office itself. The office market is kind of been this way for a while, is somewhat in jeopardy. We don't know what it's going to look like. COVID's kind of made it even worse. And so what we're saying is, rather than let that lot sit there empty, there ought to be a mechanism by which we could do something like more residential, and that's what it's there for. But I can tell you, and you can bring development strategies in, the economics are way upside down. We're so incentivized economically to do the office building if we can. If we do more apartments there, it will be a very thin investment for us indeed. So I think the incentives are in place to do the office. I will tell you that if the office is in place, it really helps with the TIF, which is I'm personally invested in, should it go forward. And so that's about the best I can tell you. But rather than let it sit empty, we needed to come up with a way to put that land in play if we're not able to accomplish the goals we've set out. I hope that answers your question.
Larry, I'm just going to ask you the question that I asked Mara, but in regards to the Missouri legislature's desire to enact a statute that prohibits TIFs from being used on floodplains or in floodplains, is this the appropriate use of this piece of land? So take the TIF out of it. Our General Assembly has made a proclamation that it is not appropriate to use money for the development, but is it appropriate to develop on a floodplain like this?
I believe it is. I'm going to tell you why. If you were to look at that legislation just a few weeks before it actually got enacted, and if you follow legislation right before the end of the session, things get changed really fast, like these split, you never quite know. But not too much earlier than when it got passed, the only thing that applied was major floodplains like the Missouri River, the Merrimack River, the Mississippi River, where they didn't want to encourage development of big watershed floodplains. They changed the language right toward the end to reference anything on a FEMA map. So what it means is that not only does Shady Creek get picked up, but any FEMA map that picks up any drainage ditch, which are littered everywhere around here, also is not eligible for TIF. They overreached through some language in there. And when I reached out and talked to our senator, and he was surprised by what had happened. And there's going to be a fairly concerted effort over the next several years to get that put back. Because it was, I think, a mistake. It takes a tool off the table that too many communities use. And literally, if you've ever looked at a FEMA map, that floodplain status.
I did have one question. Was what do we expect, given the building materials and everything you're doing, the life expectancy of these buildings to be?
Well, I mean, every building can have a life expectancy at its onset of 40 years or more. I will tell you that there was a question asked there in our head, so you're going to sell them all like 2020. Case law that for them to run their internal rate of return calculation, you have to put a sale somewhere. And so they did that for the purpose of running internal rate of return. When it comes to the apartments built, I intend to hold these things long term and have no intention of selling them. In fact, we're going to want to manage there'll be a set of indentures and covenants that cover this whole park, so we can manage all the activities in the park and hold it to our high standards so that they don't allow them to stay there. But I will tell you, any new construction I build today is expected to last indefinitely. But you can also expect in a 40-year horizon to make a reinvestment.
So anywhere from 40 to indefinitely.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at all these buildings. Every one of the buildings that are mentioned today, all were expected at the time that they all have about a 40-year life without some major reinvestment or some sort of thing in them. That hasn't changed now from when it all happened. Yet we find ways to reuse these properties, but along the way, like your house, you probably have to spend a little money to brush it up a little bit.
Every Webster homeowner does that.
So, I mean, I think it's all the same. I think that's very much the same. I think they're built to withstand the test of time, I would tell you.
I did have a question about the sculpture garden. The Arts Commission met this morning, and I'm
Wondering if you would be willing to totally take that out of the project.
Well,
It is
I
in
would,
the map.
I would prefer to handle it in the redevelopment agreement, that it's not used unless they agree. We're going to ask them to visit with some people. We're bringing in a Canadian company to talk about interactive art and public art. We'd like to meet with the Art Commission chair. We're doing, it's pretty exciting stuff. And if we want to invest in there, it needs to be in the TIF to invest in there. And I think we should at least have a chat about it. If at the end of the day, you need to absolutely have it come out, it's possible, but if we're going to invest money in there, which I think at the end of the day, you'll want us to do, it needs to be in, just so we can spend the money there. But control is completely in the redevelopment agreement. What happens or not happens. So I'm not sure it's material, honestly. Your lawyers could tell you that, but that's what my position would be.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. We now have to go and do our business with our regular council meeting. So,
Well, but first, we need to, at this point, table
yeah, we
the
need
public hearing, yes.
that's right.
But
We,
first,
You need a motion. to
we
keep
need
it
a
open?
motion to continue the public hearing to the,
Mayor, I move that we continue this public hearing until our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Second.
Whoa. Yes, it's popular.
okay, that's probably no discussion. Let's just call for the vote.
Yes, Mayor,
Yeah.
Councilmember Arnold,
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss. Yes. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson.
Yes.
Mayor Welch.
Yes, all right, this has been, all right, we have 3 speaker cards. And I don't know whether these folks still want to speak tonight or not. There's a Bob, I can't read your last name, Lizjecki. I'm presuming he's gone. He wanted to talk about this. James Rhodes. And of course, Mr. Buck.
I'll back it up. Promise me.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Dave, and congratulations on a lovely
Yeah,
event on
Porch Fest
Sunday.
was awesome.
Porch Fest was awesome this year again, so thank you for your work on that. All right, let's go on to unfinished
Madam Mayor,
business.
If you want to check for hands on Zoom, I
Oh,
just
are
see
you-
one hand up, so,
Is there a hand up on Zoom?
yeah, so right, I'm assuming, yes. Amanda Hour, you have your hand up. I'm assuming that's a mistake, but I want to make sure and not skip over you. There we go.
It's gone.
There goes the hand.
There go, okay, no other hands up. Thank you, Eric, appreciate that. Okay, we're going on to unfinished business, Bill 9162, Councilwoman Richardson.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the third reading and adoption of Bill number 9162.
Second.
Bill 9162, third reading, an ordinance of the city of Webster Groves, Missouri, adopting and enacting new fee schedules for applications, permits, plan reviews, inspections, and repealing ordinance 8769 and matters related thereto.
Any questions or comments? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Bliss. Yes. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson.
Yes.
Mayor Welch.
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold.
Yes.
9162 is passed. 9163, Councilwoman Bliss.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the third and final reading of Bill number 9163
Second.
and its
And subsequent adoption.
Second to that too.
Bill 9163, third reading, an ordinance authorizing city manager to execute on behalf of the city of Webster Groves an easement of the Union Electric Company, DBA, Ameren, Missouri, across a portion of 307 Marshall Avenue, locator number 22K 530660.
Any questions or comments? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson.
Yes.
Mayor Welch.
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold.
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss. Yes.
9163 is passed. Councilwoman Arnold, 9164, please.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the third and final reading of Bill 9164 and its subsequent adoption.
Second.
Bill 9164, third reading, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute on behalf of the city of Webster Groves an easement to the Union Electric Company, DBA Ameren in Missouri, across a portion of parcel east of 307 Marshall Avenue, locator number 0L 0805013.
Any questions or comments? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson.
Yes.
Mayor Welch.
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold.
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss. Yes. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
9164 is passed. Councilman Franklin, 9165, please.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the third and final reading of Bill number 9165 and its subsequent adoption.
Second.
Bill 9165, third reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 60, the Traffic Code, Article 16, Section 60.996, Schedule M of the Code of Webster Groves, left turns prohibited, to prohibit left turns onto Ambrose Way from southbound South Elm Avenue from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. on school days.
Any comments or questions? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson.
Yes.
Mayor Welch.
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold.
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss. Yes. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
9165 is passed.
Bill number 9167, first and second reading.
Bill 9167, first reading. An ordinance of the city of Webster Groves, Missouri, amending chapter 42, licensing and regulation of liquor, article 1, intoxicating liquor by amending section 42.073, Sunday sales license retail and matters related thereto.
Any comments or questions? Second reading.
Bill 9167, second reading. An ordinance of the city of Webster Groves, Missouri, amending chapter 42, licensing and regulation of liquor, article 1, intoxicating liquor by amending section 42.073, Sunday sales license retail and matters related thereto.
All right. I don't know whether Councilmember Smith wants to do 9168 or not.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to ask you if you were wanting to entertain third reading this evening. If you found a compelling reason to do it, to allow the businesses to begin selling at the different times on Sundays. Or you can wait for the third reading at the next meeting, but.
What will this allow, Katie? It'll allow?
It will allow them to have liquor sales from 6 a.m. until 1:30. 6 a.m. on Sundays to 1:30 a.m. on Mondays.
So what it does is brings us consistent with the new state statute. that came into
Yes,
pass.
but it would really help our businesses then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would somebody suggest that we have a third reading for compelling reason?
I move that we have a third reading tonight for Bill 9167 for this reason.
Yes.
Second.
So there's,
So we'll take a vote on the
Yes,
compelling
ma'am.
reason? Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Councilmember Richardson?
Yes.
Mayor Welsh?
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold?
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss?
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Yes.
All right, Councilwoman Richardson, now you can call for the third reading.
Mayor, I'd like to call for the third and final reading of Bill number 9167 and its subsequent adoption.
Second.
Bill 9167, third and final reading. An ordinance of the city of Webster Groves, Missouri, amending chapter 42, licensing and regulation of liquor, article 1, intoxicating liquor by amending section 42.073, Sunday sales license retail and matters related thereto.
All right, that has passed. Councilmember Smith, do you want to do a reading or?
Well,
do
we
you
need
wanna-
to, we need to vote on the third reading
We,
and the vote.
oh yeah, you need to vote on the
We just
third.
voted on the compelling reason.
Okay. We're trying to move so fast. here. Okay.
I think we've started the drinking already. so.
Unfortunately not.
So we will call for the vote on the third reading.
Call for the vote on the third reading.
Mayor Welsh?
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold?
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss? Yes. Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson?
Yes.
All right, it's passed. Councilmember Smith, I keep asking you, do you want to do a,
Mayor, I'd like to call for the first and second reading of bill number 9168.
Second.
Bill 9168, first reading. An ordinance repealing ordinance 7682 and establishing a new policy for the relocation of businesses and residences due to redevelopment plans adopted pursuant to chapters 99, 100, and 353 of the revised statutes of the state of Missouri.
any comments or questions? Call for the second reading.
Bill 9168, second reading. An ordinance repealing ordinance 7682 and establishing a new policy for the relocation of businesses and residences due to redevelopment plans adopted pursuant to chapters 99, 100, and 353 of the revised statutes of the state of Missouri.
All right, does anybody care to remove anything from the consent agenda? If not, Councilmember Bliss, could you call for it?
Yeah.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Councilmember Arnold?
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss?
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson?
Yes.
Mayor Welch?
Yes. All right, consent agenda has been approved. Tonight, we announce the following appointments to boards and commissions. Angela Thompson to the Historic Preservation Commission. Sustainability is Amina Anwar and Carla Armbruster as an ad hoc member for the duration of the sustainability plan. Ann Camp to Traffic Advisory. Ken Burns is reappointed to ARB. Linda Green is reappointed to the Green Space Advisory Commission. Anybody else have anything to add? With that, the meeting is adjourned.